2.30 que já são.
Also still stands for 5, no?
Yes, this is a content warning show. May be harmful, but it's always respectful, always real. And always about the truth and justice for these victims, nothing less. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Took a little break yesterday. Getting some stuff done here in the background for the show, but also Last night, I want to say thank you to every one of the community members that came and supported Harsh Reality and Truth and Transparency last evening. I appreciate you so much. Uh, it was something that was important. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put out community posts. Come on, community, let's go support these two beautiful content creators. Very revealing night last night, to say the least. Woo. After those shows. I'm not nothing to do with Harsh and TNT. I'm just like, whoa, what a revealing night. But I wanted to really say thank you to all the community members. I appreciate you so much. It was so beautiful to see you all in there in both shows. Especially Harsh. Harsh doesn't do lives very much, and it was really cool to see y'all in Harsh. It was really nice. What's up, Skittles? Good morning, everybody. Kim Kitty, what's up? Mark and Betty. Oh, good afternoon. I forgot. Good morning, Kelly Miller. Katrina, good morning. From a cold and wet UK, it's been I think we had a freeze warning last night. So, and it's been raining for like. Is it raining today? Yeah, it's raining today. Not too bad. It's raining though. Yeah, it's still cold. I feel you. But man, it's good napping weather. That's for sure. What's up, Grizz? Shout out to Grizz. What's up, Melissa? How you doing this morning? Shout out to Grizz. Devil Doll, what's up? Fragaria, what's up? Hello, hello. Storm Dancer, hello. I love that name. Crystal, hello. Good morning. Damn, I have not even had a drink of my coffee. So good in the morning, especially. What's up, Sudi? How you doing? Oh, thank you, Anna. Good afternoon, PPP. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Got some goodies today. Some goodies from the Fresh Notes Old Notes. Oh, yeah. What's up, Bama? Yes, it was a great live, too. Chat was popping. It was a great live, though. A lot of questions, a lot of good thoughts, opinions. Even if I didn't agree, it was all good. It was all respectful. It was great. What's up, Crystal? Yes. Yum. What's up, Miley? Thank you for hopping in. There's Caddy. What's up, Caddy? Yeah, for real. Commercial Zone. What's up, Commercial Zone? Check out the call with Commercial Zone. The last highlight video I posted. Great conversation. Appreciate you, Commercial Zone. Appreciate you. That's way down the road. I'm so busy with the show. I'm so busy doing this. I mean, literally, it's like yesterday. It was a lot of like work, just background work for the show, really. But that's all I do is, before I went full time on YouTube, it was the same thing. So it's like, hey, this is what I asked for. And so I just take what I was spending building covers and shit like that, and now I just take that time and put it towards the show. So that's why all of a sudden when I go to full-time YouTube, all of a sudden, boom, there's animations, there's background screens, there's, it's all this other stuff. Because I literally take that work that I used to Right over. And we'll be on tonight, too. I was just taking a little break yesterday, getting some other stuff prepped for the trip coming up, and then supporting. It was so great to see everybody last night. What's up, Unravel? What are you up to, Unravel? Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Appreciate you. What are you up to, Unravel? Did you know that there is... What's the riddle? What's the riddle? Giant gnome statue. Hold on. Is that real? Whoa. In Ames, Iowa, they have the world's tallest concrete gnome. Huh. We'll have to look that up. That's crazy. Oh, thank you. Any support is good support. And then any people that talk shit, that's good support too, because then the people just come to my show and see what the fucking real is about. And then they know. So either way. What's up, Dre? That's why I just have fun with them. It's like, you guys are the ones losing. You guys are coming, giving me attention. Keep doing it. Thank you. Big question. What is that actually on the 911? Well, Bam. There's a couple things. But I'm going to star that comment and we'll get into it after we say the hellos. Because we got a little breaking news too, but I'm going to answer that question after we get through all that. What's up, Swampside Chick? Ticket number 19. That's it right there. But there's a few, you know, I made a video about one of them. Oh, it's okay, Dre. Good to see you too. Aw. Well, thank you for hopping in. Oh, shit. Oh, really? See, I don't get on 4chan that much, so I didn't hear I didn't really hear anything about that Garden City stuff. I don't know. With the 4chan stuff, I don't know. I just have a hard time. You know. I do, I don't know. It's one of those. It's a toughie. No was installed. Okay. Well, we'll look it up then. If you have a video you want me to check out, go ahead and send it to me. Here is where you can send it. And let's get it. There's a couple things breaking news. There's a case that's getting attention. I didn't even realize this. It's been a long time since we even talked about one of these cases. It's going to be interesting, and I'm really surprised because back when we were talking about it, we thought somebody was getting arrested. We thought there was stuff that was going to be happening, you know, because there for a while it wasn't. It was real shady. So I'm kind of like, when it came across my feed, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I thought this case was, they were about ready to arrest a whole bunch of people and all this stuff. So I was surprised to hear that nothing's happened. So we'll get to a couple breaking news stories, and then we'll get into the Idaho4 Fresh Notes, Old Notes show. Thank you for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help me out. And I am the only source of income coming into this household, so it truly is fully funded by you. Thank you for all your support. It allows me to do what I'm able to do and what I'm about to do here coming up on this next trip. Thank you. Can't wait. Ooh, can't wait.
Today marks exactly 1 year since the death of Charlotte woman Shanquella Robinson. Her family is still fighting for justice. Her story gained national attention after Robinson mysteriously died while vacationing with people she knew in Cabo. Well, her family and friends have been calling for justice by leading rallies across the country. Back in April of this year, federal authorities announced they would not seek charges in Robinson's death. U.S. officials say their investigation didn't find evidence to support federal prosecution. Still, the attorney for the family says they were told by the FBI and Interpol that the case isn't closed.
So it's a situation where there's still more questions than answers.
Isn't that freaking crazy? So if any of you all were with the show back when we covered the Shanquella Robinson case, and I'm not going to play the shit because the shit is graphic. I didn't even play, I only played certain parts. I wasn't even playing the whole thing. It was ridiculous of what took place. So I'm surprised because gosh, when was this, everybody? This was literally like in the first month of my frickin' show. Another case that I was, back then it was just a whatever talk show. Idaho4 comes across. I'm like, this shit don't make no damn sense. What? Cases like this come across on the talk show. It's like, this shit don't make no sense. What? It's crazy. More questions than answers still.
Back in April of this year, federal authorities announced they would not seek charges in Robinson's death. U.S. officials say their investigation didn't find evidence to support federal prosecution. Still, the attorney for the family says they were told by the FBI and Interpol that the case isn't closed.
So it's a situation where there's still more questions than answers. In terms of the Mexican authorities, they've continuously advised that this is a high priority for them and that they're using their diplomatic channels to push for extradition.
Well, we'll have more coverage tomorrow on the legal battle the family is facing and how they're working to make sure that her name is remembered.
The town of Lewiston, Maine spent the weekend.
Okay. So, basically, Shanquella went down to Mexico. A trip with her friends, her best friends. Her best friends. And the day that she arrived, checked into the hotel, her friends were already there. They're being shady to her. They're being mean to her as soon as she gets there. They go out to dinner. They have food and they have drinks. They come back to the hotel or resort. And then all of a sudden, her best friend, which is a dude, records somebody else and her getting into a fight. She's not trying to fight anybody. This person keeps instigating it. This person is a female that used to be a male, beating the shit out of this woman. Then after that, and it's on video, and the best friend is sitting there going, "Aren't you gonna fight back? Aren't you gonna fight back?" And that's not it. Then another friend starts to beat on her. And then another friend starts to beat on her. And pile drives her into a wood fucking floor. And then they leave her. And they took her money. Over $10,000 in cash, and they took it and spent it as well. That Shanquella Robinson, look it up. Yeah, that's what. And what happened was these friends were able to come back. What's up, D Smith? Her friends were able to come back because the Mexican authorities labeled it an alcohol overdose when she had all sorts of damage to her neck. Hello, pile drive. The third person is beating on you, and they what, like after the first lady, and you saw that she was pretty much knocked the fuck out, and then it just kept happening. Really, I need to talk about that, Caddy. Send me some stuff, Caddy. I'd love to talk about that case. I'll look it up. The friends were able to come back. Here, let me do this 1 second.
Today marks exactly 1 year since the death of Charlotte woman Shanquella Robinson. Her family is still fighting for justice. Make sure.
There, we'll leave it on that picture. So her friends come back. Her friends come back. Nobody can find them. Then they start finding people. They're going to supposedly arrest and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden, poof, what happened? What's going on? Now they're saying all this time's gone by here. I thought people were arrested. I thought people were served. It's pretty brutal. I mean, if you just look up, type in the search bar Evil CJ, and then type in Shanquella Robinson, and you'll see the shows where we covered it. I don't remember what episodes there were, but I know it'll show up in the search bar. And you'll see, I'd rather not cover that stuff again, just because I already did respectfully, in a respectful way once. I'd just rather not. What's up, Jacqueline? Tiffany? Yeah, it's very right. You go down there, you're thinking that like you're the one footing, you know? Like what the hell?
The town of Lewiston, Maine spent the weekend in mourning after a massacre last week at a bowling alley left 18 people dead and at least 13 injured.
As Chanel Call explains, new reports now reveal law enforcement had the shooter on their radar.
They had the shooter on their radar. You see what I'm saying? When we talk about mental health stuff on the show, and I sit there and I've said it from the beginning, the reason why this shit's happening, in my opinion, is because we don't have enough services available to the people that need them. It's one of the most unfortunate parts of a shitty economy. Because what's one of the things as a shit economy, because this shit economy, other than a couple years, has been a shit economy since 2008. Let's be honest. Except for a couple years recently. It was booming. Other than that, it's been a shit economy. One of the things that gets cut right in the very beginning of that shit economy, because they have to find money from somewhere, right? Is a lot of the funding to these mental health services get cut. And then what happens is people that seek these services are not able to get these services. It's sad. You hear people that are on radars that are reaching out to people. How many cases have we talked about this year alone? Those people reached out to people or services before committing these crimes and had to be turned away. Why? Because funding can only do so much. It can only do for so many. And with the way the economy's been the last 3 years, you all know, you see the prices of food. You see the housing prices. Especially food. It's so sad. How are these people not helped right the fuck away? On their radar? On their radar. Like he's...
The town of Lewiston, Maine spent the weekend in mourning after a massacre last week at a bowling alley left 18 people dead and at least 13 injured.
As Chanel Call explains, new reports now reveal law enforcement had the shooter on their radar.
On their radar.
Hundreds packed into this church Sunday night, with many more spilling onto the streets to remember those killed in Maine's deadliest mass shooting. The bishop sharing a letter from Pope Francis,
who wants each of you to know that he is with you in this moment of grief and sadness.
Before the names of the 18 victims were read aloud.
Stephen Bozella.
Just break my heart. If you could say one last thing to your uncle, what would you say to him? I just want to say I miss him. Like, I miss you. I love you.
In a tribute to Bozella.
You're right, Commercial Zone. And just think about this, right? Just think about this. These manhunts, especially the one that we were at in Pennsylvania. How much money was spent on that damn manhunt? Like, shit tons. I can't imagine. It's sad because it's one of the things that gets cut because what are they supposed to say? Give it back? How can they? All they can do is say, well, thank you so much. We appreciate anything that you can offer. You know? They know they're in that position. That's why they just go. Why they sit there and just throw fucking money all over the place at a whole bunch of other fucking shit. Instead of taking care. It's a different kind of show. Sorry.
Stella and the 3 other members of Maine's deaf community killed in the massacre, the crowd raised their hands.
This is a very special sign.
To say I love you in American
On the
Sign
radar.
Language.
On the radar.
The vigil followed a string of weekend events in the community, including this gathering Saturday night.
I don't think they'll ever heal. I think there'll be a scar, but the wound will always remain.
And a Halloween event for children on Sunday.
Most of these kids don't understand what happened a few days ago.
You know,
the gunman, 40-year-old Robert Card, was found dead following.
It's like, how do you explain that to your child that doesn't understand? You know, why he can't or she can't see their friends at school? Or a child that just knows what the words are, but is way too damn young to even understand. And then that shit right there creates another kind of mental health situation. So that they obviously play checkers because you're not thinking about the move after the frickin' move you make. Because if you were, you would see how important it is to fund these places because of the whole move after the fucking move. And if you fucking don't offer shit and you cut it, what do you think's gonna happen? And then what happens after that move? The move of what I just said, of what happens to a little fucking kid when you have to tell them or they know why they can't go to school that day. So you're not thinking about that move. Because if you were, I don't think you would have been thinking about the move before that about not. It's... this is our fucking future, man. Why do these people act like it doesn't matter after they go? You know what I mean? They just make decisions like it doesn't matter what happens after I'm gone. The fuck it don't. You got people out there right now that don't even want to have fucking kids because they're like, I don't know if I want to bring a kid in What the heck? Like, a lot of young people, they don't want to have fucking kids. The ones that don't are like, I've asked them, like, why not? Why wouldn't you want to? It's one of the most beautiful things in life. Like, why not? Because I'm scared what they're gonna fucking, what's life's gonna be like in 30 years, and I just, something needs to change, because like, it's not going to get better unless you can't expect a different result if you keep doing the same shit. You can't. To sit there and expect something different, you know, and you take away the shit, you think that's going to be the problem? People will find it from somewhere. Shit, you got people making fucking 3D printer shit that basically the same thing. What are you going to, like, it's up here, fucking people. It's not what's in this. It's not what's in this. Because it could be anything. It could be a fucking McDonald's straw. And some shit could pop off. Then what are you going to do? Take McDonald's straws away? It's this. Anybody, especially Harsh, anybody that does these mental health shows, show up, support. It ain't gonna get, it's up here. That's where it starts. That's where it starts, up here. What's up, Miss Potts? Go support those who do these mental health shows. It's so important. Because you don't think that these people that are out there, you don't think they come to YouTube to those mental health support shows? You don't think they chill in the background and don't type? They do. So when you go support those shows, it gets thrown up into the algorithm. Then it becomes more available for the people that might look for a kind of show like that. I can't believe that, you know, even with the schools, we got barricade walls that we can make for schools to where if there's something going down, that room can literally from a corner fold out into a bulletproof or resistant freaking shelter just with a boom. And you're going to charge these schools like $300,000 freaking dollars a room? So who in the hell? This is going to turn into a different show. I'm just going to keep going. Sorry,
Following a two-day manhunt. Now, reports reveal law enforcement was alerted to be on the lookout for Card after he made threats about an Army Reserve Center. It remains unclear how that.
He made threats about an Army Reserve Center weeks before this crime took place.
Alert was handled. Chanel Call, CBS News, New York.
It is. It's
We have breaking
frustrating.
news out of Lancaster. A disturbing discovery. 2 children are dead and 2 others were injured after
What's up,
deputies
Tabby Cat?
responded to a child abuse call. LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to a home on East Avenue J2 just before midnight.
What's up, Kevin?
Deputies found 4 children under the age of 10
Thank you,
suffering
Crime
from
Lass.
lacerations to their bodies. The children were taken to a local hospital. 2 of them died. The other 2 are being treated. Deputies say that they have detained a man.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button.
This guy. This is another sad story too. What happened last week? I was sick as hell last week. I don't even know what happened last week. I was sick as hell. This is another crazy story. No, I'll leave that for another show. Here's another one from Chicago. And then we'll get to Idaho4 here in a few minutes. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you.
Whenever you're ready, Commander. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm William Betancourt. I'm the 10th District Commander. I'd like to provide a short update on a senseless act of violence that occurred early this morning, resulting in 15 people shot. Before I do that, I'd like to express the department's support for the victims of the shooting. It's a traumatic incident for the victims as well as their families and the community at large. Our crime victim advocates are working to connect with the victims and all those affected by this shooting and to ensure they have the resources they need to move forward. Director Glenn Brooks of the Community Office of Community Policing will have more to say about this in a moment. So I'll give you a quick synopsis of what took place. Shortly after 1 a.m, 10th District officers responded to 1200 block South Pulaski, where a shooting had just occurred at a Halloween gathering. Approximately 100 people were attending. Upon arrival, the officers were given information from partygoers with a brief description of the offender as well as direction of flight. Responding officers observed the offender on the 4000 block of 14th Street. They placed him into custody immediately. A protective pat-down resulted in the recovery of a firearm. The victims, who range in age from 26 to 53, were taken to different hospitals within the area. 2 of the victims were transported in critical.
Are you serious? See what I'm saying? And it's probably because they don't care. It's probably because they don't have the damn funding. Because when you work those kind of occupations, you truly, I'm not going to say everybody, but 99% of them truly freaking care so much that they accept and understand why they don't get what they should get either when it comes to the lack of funding, because they care about the people so much. Just like our teachers. They care about these damn students so much they go out and spend their own money to buy supplies for activities for the classes when they already don't get enough as it is. It's the same kind of shit. Why? Why does the government think that's fucking cool? They wouldn't like me. They wouldn't like me in Washington. Oh, shit. They'd be like, yo, we need to get this motherfucker out of here. He's talking too damn real. He's talking too damn real. We need to get him out.
Critical condition. The others were transported in good to fair condition. At this time, Area 4 detectives are investigating. They're interviewing the suspect. and they're trying to investigate what led up to the shooting.
So everybody survived. It was another mass shooting after a Halloween party this weekend. He was complaining, oh my gosh. I mean, MK Ultra. I'll just say MK Ultra. I don't know. Not good. All right, so that was the breaking news. We're going to switch to the Idaho4 stuff now. And I'm going to answer that question that you came up with a minute ago. Give me one moment. We will get into that part. I just love that little breaking news animation. Breaking news. What's going on today anyway? Anything going on today? I haven't been paying attention. I've been sick. Great video by Harsh this morning. There's a Crime Circus cult video that dropped. This Truth and Translucent, something about Kaylee's LinkedIn. Bunch of different things though. But I got some old notes, fresh notes stuff that we're gonna check out. Yeah. Gonna be interesting. So let me go back to this question here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Where was it? It's crazy. Every day here in Chicago, out of control. Oh, Crystal. I lived in Chicago. I loved it. I loved Chicago. Shout out Chicago. I lived right next to O'Hare Airport. Rosemont, Illinois. Right next to the O'Hare Airport. So you saw them fucking planes just shoo, 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 shoo. Ah. You know where I'm talking about then. Oh yeah, I love Chicago, especially the hot dogs. Those little shops. Little drive-thrus with the hot dogs, the chili. Good stuff. All right, so this is one of the good ones that I'm kind of excited to watch here for the fresh notes, old notes. Then we got some other ones from local news, but this is Court TV. I've been enjoying these Court TV ones, these News Nation ones. Interesting things that we're learning as we're checking out the old notes, fresh notes stuff. It is. Seriously, in the wintertime, you gotta, you have to walk sideways. You put your coat up and that's how you walk forward. If you can see me, that's how you walk forward. You put your coat up and you walk sideways. That's how. Oh. It is. It's whew. It gets cold. Crystal knows. Tell him, Crystal. You put your coat up and you gotta walk, because when you're walking down the streets, when you're walking down the streets, that wind, oh my gosh, it's almost like that wind just rolls around the corner of buildings. It's like that wind just rolls around the corner of buildings, and all of a sudden it's just like, whoo, It's true. Anywhere you walk out when you get out of your car, that's if your car battery, that's if your car starts. you know, you got to have a really badass battery too. You might have to leave it plugged in overnight some nights because it does, but that's if your car starts or if you don't have to like unfreeze your locks. Okay. Two things right there. Will your locks be unfroze? And will your batteries, will your battery be cool? Two things first. Then after that, then when you get somewhere and you got to walk somewhere, then when you walk somewhere, that's when you got to do this shit. Oh, in the summertime, in the spring, the summer, and the fall, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's just winter. And up there, winter is a little longer than most places. Yeah, it's a little longer than most places. It usually starts early and is done late. And once it starts, yeah, it's there, buddy. There is no. Usually, there's not breaks in between. It's once it's there, it's there. Oh yeah, getting stuck. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's Halloween. That's right. That's right. All right. So here's this old notes, fresh notes episode we're going to be going into. If you're not familiar with what we're doing with the fresh notes, old notes episode, over the time of me doing the show, I have about 2,000 videos that I've saved. Not much, but 2,000 videos that I've saved over time. And I've always wanted to go through that whole folder one day and just pick little ones out that really just stuck out to me. And so that's what I did a couple weeks ago. We went through an old episode on a Saturday night, Court TV episode. And we were like, whoa, it was an old one. It's like, oh, shoot, I forgot, or we didn't know this. And then the next morning, I'm like, I want to go through that whole folder now. I want to do it. I found about 200 videos. And so what we're doing is we're going through a lot of these old videos, kind of just looking at it from a different perspective, looking at it with a different ear, or listening with a different ear, looking at it with a different approach too, because before a lot of these videos, there was a lot of mainstream media manipulation. There was a lot of, all of these facts that were coming out that were thought were true ended up when courts started popping off. Oh my gosh, this didn't exist. Oh, okay. So we've been finding it's very interesting, like especially with the Concalves interviews or programs that they were on. There's been a lot of interesting stuff, like the last one that we watched. We watched one where Steve and his wife were like, what was it? I think it was the search warrants. Yeah, the search warrants for Washington State. That Court TV episode is when those came out. And that's when the parents were like, we were surprised. We didn't think he could have did. Like, they were shocked when he was arrested. They were shocked that by looking at him, obviously they didn't talk to him, but by looking at him, they were like, what? Huh? This guy? Very interesting. So that's what we're going to do this morning. I got a couple other ones, but the other ones are local news. If there is any like updates, I'll be kind of looking through the update folder, and we'll kind of cut in between different videos. But this one right here, and yeah, Caddy, let me know if you sent me some stuff about that case. I'd like to check it out for a little bit before I end my show this afternoon. I'd like to check that out for a little bit, that case. But here's this episode. This is when the PCA was released. Now, if you've been here with the last couple episodes and you saw the Court TV Vinny from back then, I'm even shocked because I'm like, damn, He's kind of being like Nancy Grace. At least he's not doing the creepy hands, you know? He's watching her through the camera because he broke in because he knew that she was not going to know how to hook him up, and she was going to request his help, and she was not going to ask to know how to change her Wi-Fi password. And he knew that he could go back home and get on his computer and watch her in her underwear. I'm like, what the fuck, Nancy? What the fuck, Nancy? You took this shit to a whole new level. Vinny, he ain't there yet. If anybody wants to know, that's why I cut ties with Nancy Grace. I was like, after that, no, I don't. No, we don't do Nancy Grace no more. Vinny, I love Vinny. Everybody knows I love Vinny. Vinny, I'm afraid to watch this. Because the last, seriously, Crystal, because the last episode that I watched at Court TV, I was like, damn, Vinny's getting close. Vinny's getting close, man. I'm afraid to watch this one because this is the PCA. Here we go. Here we go. Just let it be pastel, Vinny. Let it be pastel.
Stabbed to death back in November. Today, the man that police are accusing of killing
Let it be
them
pastel, Vinny.
is
Please.
set to be making his first appearance before a judge. 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time is the time that the Latah County Court has set to have Brian Koberger's initial appearance. So this is an appearance where he is going to be advised of the charges against him. Bond will be set. This is just the first quick appearance in front of a judge. We expect this to be very, very brief. There's a formal arraignment later on in the process. This is just the initial arraignment in front of a magistrate judge. And the court has put into place some rules for this with our cameras. Our cameras are there ready to rock and roll, but we're not able to broadcast it live. We're only able to share the video after the hearing has concluded. So we will do that immediately. Our team is there. Just moments ago, you heard me talking with Chanley Painter on the phone. She's our correspondent in the courtroom. She's going to be heading in there. And this may be the first time that the family members of those victims will be able to see the man who's accused of killing their loved ones face to face. This is probably going to be a very tough day with those family members, we are told, expected to attend. We also have standing by in Pennsylvania by phone, Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae as Pennsylvania.
And here's the video if you want to have this for your playlist or records as well. What's up, Jackie? And let's shout some good energy towards Yoli. She's preparing for her case coming up here in a couple days. Shout out Yoli. Positive energy. Whoop ass. Support. Kick it. Take names. Do what you do. Shout out Yoli. Shout out Yoli. Do what you do, lady. Go take names.
Was the big link to this case. That is where Brian Koberger spent much of his life. That's where his parents still live.
Go
He was
Yoli.
spending the holiday break with them when SWAT hit the house and took him into custody just before 2023. And he was extradited, as we know, yesterday back to Moscow, Idaho. I have Court TV anchor Ted Rollins as well in the studio with me. We're combing through the affidavit of probable cause in support of this guy's arrest.
Vinny's not on
18
here?
pages.
Hold on. Are you serious? Oh, well, cool. Maybe they'll. Okay.
Many, many details we want to share with you, and we want to highlight some of the biggies for you now. So if you're just joining us, we thank you for that. Let's look at some of the biggest things we've been able to glean so far from why police said this guy is their guy. Number one, Xana Kernodle, one of the victims killed, we understand was the first victim that first responders found. They found her on the first floor, in a bedroom of the second floor. Excuse me, I misspoke there. She appeared to have wounds caused by an edged weapon. So we're taking this directly from the affidavit of probable cause. Police also said that Cornado's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, was also found in the second floor bedroom. He appeared to have sharp force injuries. The other two victims were found on the third floor, we know. Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan were found in Mogan's bedroom on the third floor of the house. They were both on the bed. Both of them had visible stab wounds on their bodies. And then this detail, which I think is one of the biggest coming out today in this case, police finding what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Madison Mogan's right side. The sheath was processed and had this lettering you see there on it. And the big thing is that the snap on the sheath case had some DNA. We don't know what type of DNA. We don't know if it was blood. We don't know if it was spit, sweat. Had some kind of DNA, it says on the snap, that they were able to take in and process it at the crime lab. And we know later on, investigators went through the trash at this guy's parents' house. That is fair game, folks. Trash in America, fair game to go and test. Did some genealogical testing, zeroed in on his dad, process of elimination, and made...
You see what I'm saying? Oh. We're just freaking 3.5 minutes in, and there's like, wait a minute, what? This is, they said, they had no, yeah, right? I see you guys typing. Exactly. There's so many different. It's that confetti, y'all. I've been preaching confetti for a long ass time. People are like, what? Especially in the beginning, they're like, confetti? What do you mean? I'm like, it's the flashy, shiny shit that glitters and falls in front of your face to cloud you from the truth. Like, it's confetti. Oh wow, look, it's shiny. Look at that. Right? Instead look at that, it's so pretty. No. Oh, why don't they talk about the different statements? You know? Why don't we talk about that?
Other two victims were found on the third floor, we know. Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan were found in Mogan's bedroom on the third floor of the house. They were both on the bed.
I'm telling you, I'm loving these fresh notes, old notes episodes. If you just started checking it out, I need to make this a playlist or something, because every one of these is like, there's always something interesting, man.
And both of them had visible stab wounds on their bodies. And then this detail, which I think is one of the biggest coming out today in this case, police finding what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Madison Mogan's right side. The sheath was processed and had this lettering you see there on it. And the big thing is that the snap on the sheath case had some DNA. We don't know what type of DNA. We don't know if it was blood. We don't know if it was spit.
Yeah, this, you know what? I do need to put this up there if anybody's coming in. January 5th. They are, you know, it's obvious when it was released, but I just have to put this up here in case anybody. Hold on. I gotta put it up there, you know. Let's see, 1-5. There we go. But yeah, where are the body cams, right? Like, what's up, Kelly? Good morning. What's up? Got me stumped. Debre, Kelly Land, thank you for hopping in. There it is. The noisemakers. The noisemakers. Right? Yeah. Where are the body cams? Where are the body cams? Because it's like I was saying it, in these other cases, like, you think you would want them on for your own protection, no? Right? Like, wouldn't you want the body cams on to protect your own ass? Because if you're doing your job, then I don't know. I'm just putting me in that situation. I'd want my motherfucking body cam on all the time. Like, yo, I want this shit recorded. I don't need this shit twisted for nothing. For nothing. Damn straight, this motherfucker's gonna. Oh, there's different statements. That's what I'm saying. They should be talking about that. But this is January 5th, 2023. So they only know so much. Remember, they only know what we know, right? They only know what we know. And as well, you got to think that was back then when everybody was like, when Banfield was getting her information from sources close to the investigation. Hey, let's go ahead, hurry up, throw some shit together. Enrollment's coming out. Look at the other cases I've already read. The prosecution on the other case that I read put up a video about a couple videos ago. They just go, oh, well, we felt we had the right person. And then they're just cool with not even going at. We don't feel like we need to go after any other leads because even though the person that we charged with the crime was acquitted, we feel like they're the ones that did it. So therefore, we're just not even going to investigate any new leads. Is that what's going to happen with this case, do you think? Do you think that the LE wants this case to be dismissed or mistrial, or they don't even care if it ends up in a freaking exoneration? I mean, you got to think about it. Like, if you look up the video on my video section, you go to my channel, you go to my video section, you look up the Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal, and you hear what the frickin' prosecution, and I repeat it, trust me, and you hear what the prosecution says when it comes, here, I'll put the link in chat right now, and you can just click on it and save it. And you hear what the prosecution says at the end when she was acquitted. Right here. When she was acquitted and what the prosecution says, and it's like, what? That's why I'm asking this question. And I'm going to make it a poll question, and I'm going to leave it up for probably the whole show. And I'm going to ask you, just give me a couple minutes. I'll put it up there as this plays, but I'm going to ask you, do you think the prosecution doesn't care what's ruled? Whether it's him being guilty, whether it's him being exonerated, whether it's being a mistrial or dismissed. All four of them. Do you think they care about either one of those end results? And that's what I'm saying about any of them. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help me out. I do appreciate your support. It helps me do what I'm doing and what I'm going to be doing coming soon, everybody. Surprise, surprise.
Sweat had some kind of DNA, it says on the snap, that they were able to take in and process it at the crime lab. And we know later on, investigators went through the trash at this guy's parents' house. That is fair game, folks. Trash in America, fair game to go and test. Did some genealogical testing, zeroed in on his dad, process of elimination, made them like him as their guy. Brian Kohberger is the guy they say carried out these sick homicides that happened in Moscow, Idaho. I want to bring in Ted Rollins for some reaction. Ted, of all these details we're looking at here, tell me, what is the one that's the most stunning to you, the most disturbing, fascinating?
Well, from an evidentiary standpoint, the DNA is the home run. The home run.
Yeah.
But the fact that the roommate had an encounter with this individual face to face. He was wearing a mask, according to her testimony, or according to what she told police. She said that she heard her roommates, she thought she heard them crying at one point, and then opens the door, and there's a masked man walking out of the house.
Right.
Could the mask have been look like a COVID type mask? It just, that to me is chilling.
Oh, you're 100% right. Without a doubt, I think the most chilling detail. So DNA, to me, if I had to highlight the biggies as we're taking them, chronologically throughout the way this affidavit's laid out. DNA, the fact that they were able to get something left at that crime scene, huge. Then the fact that there's an eyewitness in the house, one of the roommates. Roommate Dylan, we understand, it says right here, she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying, saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose, walking toward her. That she described the figure as 5'10" or taller, a guy, not very muscular, athletic build, and bushy eyes.
The bushy. And Kelly, I do explore all thoughts, theories, opinions, but one thing, even if I don't agree, I come with you it's nothing but respect. The only time I don't offer respect in return, or I get the big boot out, because I always have a big heart, but the only time I don't offer respect or get the big boot out is when I don't get respect in return. So it's never, that's one of the things about us here, is that even if we don't agree, it's totally cool. We don't have to. That's the beautiful thing about being an individual, is having your own opinion, And none of us are standing at the water cooler. So none of us name call you. You know what I mean? We're not there. I'm sorry that shit happens to anybody. I mean, I still have the shit happening to me. You know what I mean? I got people twisting shit about who I am or what I'm about, or what I discuss, or what even takes place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have people still to this day. It is what it is. You always give 150. You come from a good spot. Karma's good and karma's bad. It just depends on what kind of karma you want to entertain. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm all about the 150, baby.
Eyebrows. She could see the eyebrows, apparently, folks, because the mask just covered the bottom part of his face. He walked past her, and she told police she stood in a frozen shock phase, and he walked toward the back sliding glass door. So this person, this killer, whoever it is, whether it's Brian Kohberger, as police say it was, or
That's what I was saying, Commercial Zone. Like, where's the drawing of the fucking baklava in the bushy eyebrows? You know what I mean? Where's the poster you put up on this? I mean, dude, I went to Delphi, and Delphi still has the freaking signs in their freaking business windows, and Richard Allen's arrested. Delphi still has the freaking drawings in their store business windows, and Richard Allen is arrested, but ain't nobody seen no fucking baklava bushy eyebrow motherfucker. Like, come on now.
This killer
Good
made
point,
a deliberate
Commercial
choice
Zone.
not to kill roommate Dylan. My question is why? Why those 4 people you see right there? I mean, thank goodness he didn't kill more people. Thank goodness that those 2 roommates were spared and the dog that was in the house, but I am still waiting for that link, Ted. Are you? The link, why these 4?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we do know from the affidavit as well that he was stalking the house. According to the cell phone, they ran his number.
Oh my God. See what I'm saying, you guys? Like, this is January 5th, right? Oh my gosh. He was stalking the house since the spring? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, this dude's guilty as fuck, everybody. This dude is guilty as fuck.
They were able to trace it on 12 occasions starting in June of last year in the proximity of the house. Was he watching them all? Was he watching one of them? Was this a target for
You can't blame him,
them?
though. You can't blame him. It's just like Washington State. Shout out Washington State Police. Shout out Pullman Police. Shout out Washington Police. At least in their probable cause for the search for the fucking apartment in Washington, at least they said, look, if for some reason the stuff we got from MPD comes into question in court, we want you all to know in court that the only reason that we performed this search was because of what we were given from MPD. Just like when they arrested BK in PA, they said, we're going off the information that MPD gave us. Just like Court TV, we're going off the information that MPD gave us. Nothing against these people, because listen, I was saying the same shit. Damn, they stalked his ass. Damn. He was out there since the spring. He went by 12 times. Oh, well, I mean, if he stalked it out 12 different times, his phone was all over the place. They got him leaving. They got him going there. He was following them on social media accounts. He was getting kicked out of bars because he was rude to women. He had previous Tinder dates coming out the woodwork, talking about their thighs. This dude was a sick MF, right? Court TV was getting the same information.
And
yeah,
and the other
the incel too, right? Devil talk. Hold on a minute. He was a stalker, but an incel. Waved at every. Oh, that's right. Oh, right. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. That's so perfect. And waved at every camera as he drove past. Right.
Others were collateral of the other 3, and that's why he walks by.
Oh, you guys
Dylan.
are so awesome.
And a lot of unanswered questions here.
Right. He was getting
bit
kicked
of-
out of bars
this is
left
bad.
and right.
This is so sad from the families, for the families. A security camera located apparently very
Right.
close to where this took place. I don't know if it's actually in the house, but it's
shit.
Well, it's less than 50 feet from the
Oh.
west wall of Xana's bedroom. There's a security camera with audio that, according to the affidavit, picked
Oh,
up
thank you, Harsh. I appreciate you.
4-7.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. And thank you for saying the kind words yesterday, sir. You didn't have to, and I really appreciate you even said the kind words. Thank you. I appreciate you. You've always had plenty of love over here. It's been nothing but harsh since a long ass time ago. So for real, thank you for your support. I appreciate you so much.
17 a.m. distorted audio of what sounded like voices or whimpering, followed by a large thud. And the dog can also be heard barking.
You know, and we're going to get into one of his videos in a little bit too, because it's the same thing. Like, it's what we've been saying. Like, if 1112 picked up the freaking audio, then how in the hell could nobody have known what was taking place? Seriously. Unless what Harsh was saying earlier, he made a really good point about, you know, I talked about one of the areas, right? How it could, I know what the amnesty law is in Ohio and Idaho when it comes to substance issues and emergency personnel needing to be reached out to, right? And so maybe that's one of the reasons why, you know, and maybe that was a good cover. Maybe you can apply that to what Harsh was saying earlier, and we'll go into that video in a little bit. But what he was saying earlier in his video today about how maybe she had walked out and then was like, oh shit, that's what I was hearing. And so much time had ticked by. And maybe that's why it was, because you know what? Look, I know that if I call it in like this, then I got amnesty. I'm not going to get in trouble. Right? Do you think, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I think BF's statement isn't being used. They don't want her to talk, because I think that is not only part of the exculpatory evidence, but I also feel that she's the one that is protected by that. No wonder it's not being released. No wonder it's not being used. No wonder they don't want anybody to talk to her. No wonder. What's up, Nina? Back to the old photo. It was rage. It was obviously rage. Jealous. That's why I feel like it had something to do, since it even came out, it's like, yo, it has something to do with this frat party. That's why I always questioned who they always said the target was. That's why I've always questioned who. I never thought, I'm sorry, I don't think it was upstairs. I don't. And I don't think it was 4 to 425 like it says right here. I think it was 3 or possibly a couple minutes earlier to 425. I think it was a combination of the first initial and then what they wanted to say. It was a combination. 3 to 4:25 a.m., not 4 to 4:25. And I don't think it was all done at once. I think each room was done separately at different times. And I don't think the third floor, that's why I keep saying it has something to do with the frat party. It has something to do with the second floor. Why else would Steve G say that they didn't even have to go upstairs? Because it wasn't upstairs. It started at the frat party. It progressed through the night. That's why we don't know where Ethan and Xana went. Steve G, they didn't even have to go upstairs. Why? Because upstairs wasn't the target. I mean, come on, everybody. There's a fight at the frat party. It's so bad enough because it was a special night. It was so bad enough that they left. And then this happens later, and you're going to tell me that nothing, like what? E has 2 autopsies? Come on. Why would they didn't even have to go upstairs? Think about it. I know everybody thinks the target's upstairs. I know. Go back to my old videos from back then. I'm telling you. No. It just never, I'm sorry. I never thought that. I never did. And I've been looked at with side eyes and shit. It was like, what? Do you even know what you're talking about? Yeah, I know what I'm fucking talking about. Think about it. And I'm not even saying you all have to agree with me. That's just where I'm coming from. I'm looking at it like that. Like, yo, this shit started at the frat party. This shit went somewhere else. That's why we don't know where they went. After 9 p.m., after they left. You know? I think that's why the 8 hours took 8 hours, because it had to deal with their own, and they didn't know what to fucking do, because it was one of... I'm saying too much. All right, we're going to keep playing this. We're going to get into that Harsh video after this. Shout out again, Harsh. I appreciate you so much. Really, you didn't have to say those kind words, and you did anyway. That's why I leave those trophies on your videos, my friend, because class act, sir. Thank you so much.
Numerous times. So
Gosh.
While some, I think as we all put together the pieces here, all right, there's 4 dead, but there were these other 2 kids. They must have slept through it. I think the thought was, and I bet as a parent, my thought was like, well, at least maybe the kids were like literally killed while sleeping, This
Right.
just
It sounds like they're awake.
Much different.
Right? It's everything we're reading here sounds like they were awake, and others in the house heard them and heard things that were suspicious.
Yeah.
This is very, very unsettling, folks. As you know, our hearts break for those victims' family members who are going to...
Exactly. Again, if 11-12 picked up the sounds, how in the hell did nobody know what the hell was going on inside? You'll never be able to answer it for me. Sorry.
Be seeing Brian Kohberger in the flesh for the first time since his name has been announced, and he's been arrested.
Thank
on
you,
these
sir.
Charges. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit a break. We're going to talk to Julia Janae. She's standing by in Pennsylvania. Stay with us and tweet us your thoughts as well. Go to our Court TV network handle on Twitter. It is @CourtTV. Send us your questions, your comments, your thoughts. We're assembling a panel of experts this afternoon to help us continue digging in on all facets of this case, the law enforcement aspects, the aspects of the autopsies, the way in which these children were brutally murdered, and of course, the psychological aspect. No matter if it's Brian Kohberger, remember, he's innocent. He's innocent unless and until he's proven guilty. But what's the psychological profile of a person who can carry out this kind of a heinous crime? We'll talk about that as well coming up later in the broadcast.
Yeah, maybe they could have got a profile from Court TV, because they weren't getting one from MPD, were they?
With defendant Brian Kohberger making his first court appearance since he's been returned to the state of Idaho to face homicide charges in the case of the 4 Idaho University students who were stabbed to death back on November 13th. This is a look at this fresh new mugshot from the Latah County Jail there in Idaho. That's where he woke up this morning and presumably is before the judge right now. 12:30 p.m. Eastern was the time he is set to make his initial appearance, which we expect to be brief, but the court rules do not allow us to broadcast it live. They say we have to wait till the hearing concludes, and then we'll share with you the live video. In the meantime, we are digging into what was just unsealed today, folks, and that is the affidavit of probable cause in support of Brian Kohberger's arrest. So this is everything law enforcement needed to make the arrest.
Well, let me know what you think, Miss Potts, because ever since I started deep diving the grub truck back in the spring, because I didn't think about it when I deep dived it when the grub truck video first came out. But when I did a deep dive with Unravel back in the spring, if you guys ever want to check that out, here's the link to that playlist I did with Unravel. Just go to the first episode. Back then, even from episode 1, when I started to realize everything that was taking place, that's when I started to think it had to do with a group. Okay, and I call it a group because I don't want to give it any more highlighting than it needs to be. But if you were in our grub truck, or even if you just check out the first episode, it's pretty apparent as we go into the first hour of the grub truck. You'll see what I'm talking about when it comes to the group. But I think it has something to do with a group when it comes to the LinkedIn account, Miss Potts. What do you think about that? And what I mean by a group is... how do I say it politely? A group of older individuals, maybe not too much older, but mostly older, that were part of a group that likes to toss money, if so to speak. Okay, I'll just put it that way. They like to toss money. Whether it's buying meals on the Twitch grub truck of attractive females, which is very apparent on the grub truck if you watch the whole thing. You listen to the words, you pay attention to the messages, you hear everything that's going on. I think that's the LinkedIn connection there. I used to be one of those that questions your thinking, but after research, I definitely understand now. Appreciate you, VR Games. Thank you. A lot of people question, but that's the thing. I don't know. It's trying to, I don't know. If just, it is what it is, though. You know what I mean? It all comes from just critical thinking. Maybe overthinking, I suppose, is probably a good way to put it. Overthinking, because I do overthink. That's why I do. I always think about everything like chess. You know, it's the moves after the moves after the moves after the moves. Does this make sense? Does this connect to this, to this, to this, to this, to this? And then I play it in my head like a movie, and if it don't make sense, then I'm like, yeah, this shit don't make sense. It's just, yeah, it's a weird thought process. That's all I can say. Right. The people inside that get to experience that thought process of the show understand. If you would like to send me information, though, you can send it to EvilCJ at Discord, EvilCJ at Gmail, or EvilCJ at Twitter. And I do the retweets as well. So anything that I do come across on Twitter, I do the retweets because I love doing those too. Everybody, it's the community. It's a community effort. Like I said, if we just came together and became that transformer against the truth and justice, that's not happening. Imagine the shit that we could do as that transformer as a community. Focus all that energy on positive. You know what I'm saying? Because we're doing it for the victims. That's what it's about. So let's give that 150, all of that energy to the victims and not trying to tear each other down because the shit's ugly, man.
In the case, they're laying it out here, and this is rich.
Good morning, Dakota.
With juicy details, folks. We weren't sure what we were going to get today, if this was going to be a very brief affidavit. You know, we've seen all sorts of things in different criminal cases, but this one is quite voluminous in the way of details, 18 pages. And I want to hit the 3 big highlights we've seen so far. Cell phone records place Kohberger at the crime scene. They also show that he was possibly stalking these victims on 12 other occasions. Investigators able to glean that from the cell phone records. Number two, there was some DNA left behind on the knife sheath's button. There was a tan knife sheath left near Madison Mogan, and on the snap of it, they were able to take a DNA sample. They went through Kohberger's parents' trash can over in Pennsylvania, did a genealogical DNA test, were able to narrow their suspect.
Well, it's like when we were listening to Steve G's and the family's interview with News Nation when the crimes took place a few weeks after. He was saying they were getting calls at like 1 in the afternoon from their family. And then they were calling, and they didn't even get confirmation until a few hours later. Can you imagine? Can you imagine not getting a call from the people you're supposed to get a call from until 12 hours after the crime was committed? Until 4 hours after 911 was supposedly called, because we all know it might have had another call before that. Can you imagine the pain that family went through, sitting there calling over and over and over and not getting a response and not even knowing what the hell? They were thinking somebody came in there and used a gun. They were thinking somebody came in there and used a gun. They didn't know what was going on. And they had to sit there for hours waiting while they got a call from their family member, because somehow their family member knew before. Like,
To Brian Kohberger. Also, number three, and this is perhaps the most chilling, disturbing, stunning detail in this affidavit, and that is one of the roommates who survived that massacre saw the killer walking out of the house. Roommate Dylan, who survived this, was unharmed. There wasn't even an attempted attack on her. She tells police that she saw a guy in black clothing and a mask, about 5'10", not real muscular, but looked kind of an athletic build and had bushy eyebrows.
Walked
past her.
Walk towards the door. Not walked out of the, walked towards the door.
And she stood in a frozen,
What the
shocked
PCA
phase.
says.
Those are her words.
Come on, Court TV.
Let me bring in now Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae. She is standing by for us in Pennsylvania by phone. Julia, you've been combing through this affidavit. Tell us, please, what else is really jumping out at you?
Julie, I'm interested in what police were interested in that we didn't know how it would play into it. We've been here in Pennsylvania looking into this defendant's educational record, his work history, the things that may have led up to his time in Washington. And I see in this probable cause affidavit that police were actually interested in his education as well. They included it in the probable cause affidavit, noting that he was not only a PhD student, but that he was also someone who had an undergraduate degree in psychology and cloud-based forensics. But get this is something I did not know. I knew that he had been a school security officer here in Pennsylvania at his alma mater. So he was actually around students, around kids. But they say in the fall of 2022, that could have been any time right around the time of these murders, that he applied for an internship with the Pullman, that's in Washington, Police Department. And that in his essay for that internship, that he said that he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies on how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. This was someone who was entrenched in law enforcement, wanted to be close to crimes on the solving side, but now to be accused of this, it's still befuddling, Julie.
Well, Katrina, that's another thing that's always bothered me too. You got multiple calls coming from two different phones. That's one of the reasons why I think everything started around 3 a.m. or shortly before as well. Is because I don't think those were calls saying, we share a puppy. Either the calls were because of what was told to Adam, and that's why the calls were placed. What? Wouldn't you? Why are you calling from two different phones? I think that's when they heard something. I thought the DoorDash was always a decoy. I always thought it was a decoy. When you look on the MPD website, the DoorDash delivery driver is not on who is not believed to be involved on their own website, MPD. I'll share the link with you. You scroll down a little bit. You click on who is not, exclamation point even, who is not believed to be involved. And you will see DoorDash driver is not on there. There's the link to it. Scroll down a little bit. You'll see the section of hyperlinks. Here, I'll show you real quick in case you're not familiar. You scroll down to these hyperlinks right here. See right here where it's got like a beige go to who is not capitalized, who is not believed to be involved, ? You click on it. DoorDash driver is not one on the list.
Certainly is, Julia. And just to kind of keep piggybacking on what you're saying here about this guy's background, his fascination with criminology, the studies he was doing currently, I'm seeing, and I want to draw your attention, please, Julia, to page 11 of the affidavit. And it says here that police were aware of that Reddit survey. This is something we've talked about. It's been, widely speculated on about, was it in fact him who posted that Reddit survey? Internet searching is how police got it. And he was asking for participants to provide information to, quote, understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when...
And you're right, Tiffany. When I was doing I also did, detail not only the high-end clients, but I also detailed, I did really fancy funeral homes too, their vehicles, okay? I did really fancy funeral home vehicles as well. I also would have to lay down inside the back to do detail work on hearses, okay? So when you're dealing with those vehicles, there's other vehicles that transport. Okay? What's up, Gemini? There's other vehicles that transport. They would also bring those vehicles as well because there was another part of the garage that I ran where those guys would work on the regular vehicles. And I ran that part of the garage. It was their responsibility to do those vehicles. But I'm telling you, sometimes these people would be sneaky because they didn't want to do the cleanup from the transport. And they would try and be sneaky sometimes, and they'd try and pull it up to have one of my guys work on it. And I'm telling you right now, when it comes to somebody that's inside that property, when that crime takes place, I'm telling you right now, I don't understand, not only with the noise, but with the scent. I don't understand how anybody could have not known what took place, because when I've ran into those vehicles, because my guys would be like, yo, CJ, I can't, and I would open up the door. I would be literally 5 cars away. The doors would be shut on the vehicle, and I'm like, whoa, it hit you, okay? I'm not trying to be graphic. That's why I'm speaking like I'm speaking. It hit you. Damn straight I'm calling up that funeral home. You need to get your fucking dudes back here and fucking pick this shit up, because we're not certified for this. We're not certified for this. You know damn well this is supposed to be cleaned up before it even comes to my garage. I don't understand. If 1112 picks up the audio and I don't understand the scent, how in the hell does nobody 8 hours later? Are you serious? With those type of injuries, you are progressing the speed of that process of life or passing. And to sit there for 8 hours, I'm surprised anybody could have been in there after 8 hours. How in the hell could you even be inside there after 8 hours? After 2 hours? After 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? How? You hear this shit? 1112 did. You hear this shit and then you... How? We're going to watch Harsh's video after this because he brings up a lot of great points of maybe why the 8 hours took place. And then you add on top of the amnesty that I talked about on top of that 8 hours. There you go, people. Just wait. We're going to get into it. If you haven't seen it yet, we are going to get into it.
Committing a crime. So this jumped out at me, Julia. I'm curious if it did you too, as like something that we thought police were going to, of course, look into that, be aware of that, and here this checks that box really for us that they were.
Right, and that they believe that it was him the way that we believed it as well. This is something that he was conducting at DeSales University when he was getting that criminal justice master's. And it was only May of last year, so about 6 months before the murders, where he wanted to talk to, we don't know who he got to talk to, but he wanted to talk to people who had committed crimes. And something that has jumped out at me in my research of that particular part of this is that...
And if the Court TV legal correspondent would have did the research, she would have found out that it was a questionnaire from an agency. It's a general questionnaire from a certain agency in the United States. If the dude excelled, what's up, Cherry? If the dude excelled in his studies like he did, do you not think that would be a normal questionnaire? You're using a questionnaire from an agency. You're using a higher enforcement agency than what you are trying to achieve at the moment because you're just applying for internships at local police departments. But you're going above that because maybe you're trying to excel in your studies? I mean, I don't know. It's just a thought.
That he also made a note in the survey.
I mean, I'm sorry. When I'm trying to get advice on you know, like my show and the future and how I want to look towards things, I go to Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying? I don't go to this channel that has the same amount of subs or to the channel that has less subs than me. I go to motherfucking Joe Rogan. I go to a high agency in frickin' YouTube, in podcasts, in talk shows. Why wouldn't I try and learn from Joe Rogan? Why wouldn't I try and learn from Joe Rogan instead of this other YouTuber that came out like 2 months ago and has half the people? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So, of course, he's going to go after the Joe Rogan of law enforcement, right? Of course.
That if a person had not been arrested or incarcerated or convicted of a crime, they could still participate in the survey. He still wanted to hear from people who had gotten away with their crime. But we don't know how much that will play into the trial, whether it'll be the prosecution that'll use it or the defense, because we know it's been reported but has not been confirmed that he may have asked police if anyone else was involved, but no officers have put it on the record that that did in fact happen. But it's in the back of our minds, Julie.
Most certainly, Julia. Thank you so much for all of that. You're going to continue reading and analyzing all of the information in this affidavit for us. We're going to check back in with you in just a short while. We're going to squeeze in a break, folks. Brian Kohberger in front of a judge in Latah County Court, assuming this is happening right now. Our cameras are not permitted to show it until the hearing concludes. At that time, you will see it right here on Court TV Live. Don't go away. Court TV Live, I'm Julie Grant. What you're looking at is a live picture of the outside of the Latah County, Idaho courthouse, where defendant Brian Kohberger is making his initial appearance on the homicide charges relating to the stabbing deaths of those 4 University of Idaho students, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, all brutally lost their lives back on November 13th. And weeks passed without answers. Many in the public were questioning, speculating, wondering if police would ever find a suspect for these crimes. And we learned just before the new year that they had a suspect in mind, defendant Brian Kohberger, a 28-year-old PhD student going to school in Pullman, Washington, which is just about 15 minutes away from Moscow, Idaho. So even though we're talking different states, very, very close physical proximity. And we know that Pennsylvania is where his parents lived and where he was arrested, in their house. That was also a place, as we've learned today through digging through the affidavit of probable cause, that investigators were able to gather some evidence through the...
Well, and it's like the shoe print, everybody. They didn't notice it on the first go-through. They didn't even notice it. Why? Because they couldn't see it. They couldn't see it until they did the ch-ch-ch-ch with the black light. Oh, hey guys, we got a footprint over here. Do you really think that after somebody committed the crime, they got the fucking Bissell machine out and sucked up their fucking mess? Like, what? Is that why it took 8 hours? Because they heard the vacuum cleaner, carpet cleaner running for 3? I mean, they said it was messy, so he obviously didn't Bissell the fucking bedrooms, but maybe he did Bissell the pathway there as you go out to the patio door. Maybe that's why they got the Bissell. He Bisselled the shit. That's why they couldn't get if the footprint was part of the crime, don't you think you would see it when you went in? You wouldn't have to see it when you sprayed the funky shit? Like, come on, man.
The trash at his parents' house was how they were able to make a DNA link. So I want to hit the highlights for you folks. We're digging through these 18 pages of this document. The biggies, the DNA, there's a link. There's also an eyewitness. One of the surviving roommates saw the killer. Roommate Dylan was unharmed. The killer...
No, he had one of those special bags where he was able to put everything inside of it without getting any speck of DNA anywhere. And you know how minute the DNA is, right? The minute amount on the sheath. So if there can be that much minute amount, don't you think there's some kind of other minute amount, even if you had a kit with you? Don't you think there would be some other kind of minute amount of something? Whether it's himself or somebody else's? Anywhere? Anything minute is minute as what's on the sheath. Anywhere. It's questions left and right. Questions.
Walked right
questions,
by her.
Questions.
That is huge. Absolutely huge. Why there wasn't a 911 call placed at that time, who knows? But here we are today, folks. And we also know that cell phone data, places.
Yeah, VR. He went from Joe Dirt to fucking Batman back to Joe Dirt. Like it was... You know, it's like I've had conversations with other people like, how does he go from Isaiah Ryder to fucking Michael Jordan back to Isaiah Ryder. It happens, really. Show me a basketball game. Show me a basketball game where Jordan is a complete freaking mess all over the court. Hits the game-winning shot and then's a complete mess afterwards. What game has that ever been? If you're that stealthy, you're that strategic, you are that effective, you just listen. I get it if you go from sloppy to strategic, and then you're strategic because maybe you're nervous before it takes place. Because you got to remember what took place inside the house was strategic. So that's one thing that didn't change. And two things that didn't change is that it was chaotic before and after. So how does it go? Chaos, strategic, then chaos. It doesn't make sense. It can go chaos, strategic, strategic. It can go strategic, strategic, chaos. When is it chaos, strategic, and then freaking chaos? Like, I've tried to apply this scenario with so many things in life because that's how you have to approach it. The analytics of life. And I've tried to apply it to so many things, and I don't see it. I don't see it. I see how you could be strategic before, chaos, sloppy inside, and strategic after. I don't see how you can be strategic as hell at the time when you are the most under pressure. The time when you would fold if you were gonna fold. That's the time you were gonna fold. Is that time. And if that time you did not fold so much that they don't even know how you left, then how in the fuck can it be that sloppy before and after? I don't understand. That's why I talk about the innocent until proven guilty so much with this case, because you just look at the facts that they give you and you apply real life and you're just like, what? This thing better be televised. Because this isn't just the United States. Good thing and bad things gonna come from this case. There's gonna, no matter what happens, good things and bad things, major, are gonna fucking change. No matter what. And this isn't this right here, this shit right here. This is a world learning fucking moment. And I'm sorry that if this dude really didn't commit the crime, because I don't know, I'm at the water cooler, but if this dude really didn't commit the crime, dude, I feel so sorry that you had to be the example of this fucking bullshit. This isn't just about the United States judicial system. This is a fucking world learning moment. Like, yo, good things and bad things. That's why I said this could be anybody. This could be you. This could be you. This could be your picture. Look at the Mark Carver case I talked about. Mark Carver. This could be Mark Carver. This could have been, if social media and the true crime community were around like we are today, back in 2011, this would have been Mark Carver right here. This would have been Mark Carver. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll put the link in chat. I did a read-through. It's a 45-minute read-through from the Exoneration Project that talks about the Mark Carver conviction and exoneration and everything that took place. And when you get done listening to that 45 minutes, you'll be like, holy shit. You can read it yourself if you want. I put the link to the article in the description. You will literally sit there and go, holy shit. If this isn't to a T of what the hell's going on in Idaho4, and the fact that this could actually exist, these channels out here that are talking 100% guilty, put your fucking name where Mark Carver's name was at, and then tell me BK is 100% guilty. I don't think you would. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Brian Kohberger in the vicinity of that house on King Road in Moscow. I want to bring in Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands, who's been analyzing these documents for us. Ted, could we talk a little bit about the window, the time frame? I know that's been something you've been really honing in on and trying to pinpoint when exactly this took place. What can you share with us, please?
As we were talking earlier, there was a feeling that maybe all the kids were asleep and someone crept in there. No, there was activity in the house. Xana receives a Grubhub order at our DoorDash 4 a.m. Receives it. Investigators found the driver, cleared him or her. They realized that person did not have anything to do with this. The suspect's vehicle, Kohberger's vehicle, is the one they believe he's in, is identified in the area, but he's still driving at 4:04. That point is where they apparently lose it. He does a 3-point turn and goes towards the house. That vehicle then pops up again, moving at a rapid speed at 4:20 on surveillance video. So the window for a quadruple murder, in this case with 6 people in the house, is 16 minutes. And that's what the video tag, it's probably a little less than that. That's when the car is actually seen moving. So you got to shave a minute or two off of that. This happened very quickly. The cell phone records place him at the house 12 different times since June of last year. So he had to have had familiarity with the home. He may have done this other times, gone up, checked that sliding glass door, locked. He walks away, goes home, goes back to Pullman. In this case, in 15 minutes, 4 kids are dead. And the suspect is out, off and running at 4:20, moving with that vehicle. If you look at this case, we were wondering, how strong is this case gonna be? We don't know. They're ticking off pretty much every box. And
you're right,
they've got an eyewitness. I mean, who would have thought that one of the people that are gonna walk into that courtroom is an eyewitness that's gonna say he walked right by me, and he had a mask on, but he has those bushy eyebrows, and that's a huge componct when you fast forward to trial, because you add the DNA is massive. Let's face it, that's number one. There's DNA attached to him. They swabbed him when they arrested him in Pennsylvania. That's already back. It's a guaranteed. But the rest of it, this is a slam dunk.
This is so tight. This affidavit, this is a great affidavit of probable cause.
We weren't sure if we could 3 lines better.
Exactly, Ted, right? Because we've talked about this. Sometimes, they're really rich with details. Other times, no. And because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, as you know, at this stage, this is just probable cause. It's a lower level to be able to effectuate an arrest in America. And something else I wanted to pick your brain about, please, Ted. We've talked a lot on the shows about how police said they never recovered the murder weapon, and there's nothing about it here. And we were kind of scratching our heads. Well, how did law enforcement put out that description of they're looking for a military-style knife? Now we know, don't we? Because of what was written. Yeah.
K-Bar, which is a brand of knives, and then it also had USMC, military, the Marine Corps.
Right.
So that was that initial, which was a leak, but because they went around to knife stores right away.
Oh, I bet.
Whatever you thought about this investigation, there's no action. They did a great job.
They sure did.
And they sure showed it here.
They did. And I have to say, too, as we're kind of wrapping up this hour, but there's so much more ahead, kudos to the Pennsylvania State Police, the SWAT team, everybody who safely apprehended him, got him out of the house, and everybody who got him back to Idaho yesterday. Ted Rowlands, excellent analysis and insight from you. As always, thank you so much for your help in breaking this down. Folks, stay right there. We're going to take a quick break. Our crew is in the courtroom in Idaho. We're going to show you this whole hearing in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you on the other side. It is official. Bryan Kohberger has just made his first court appearance in Latah County, Idaho, to face homicide charges for the brutal stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Welcome to this hour of Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. Our camera crew was there for it all. We were able to film things, but
And we're not going to watch the court proceeding that took place. We're just going to watch what took place before and after of this program. Then I'm going to show you that Harsh Reality video. Shout out Harsh, because like I'm saying, if you haven't listened to what he said this morning, or you weren't in the show last night, you definitely got to listen to what he has to say as well.
Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves,
I think if you mix the stuff together,
4 beautiful young people who lost their lives in
you'll see what I'm
such a
saying.
brutal way back in November of 2022. We understand their family members were going to be appearing in court. Of course, they're seeking justice, and this may be the first time they were coming face to face with Bryan Kohberger, the man that police are accusing of carrying out these brutal crimes. Kohberger is 28 years old and a PhD student. He was studying criminology about 15 minutes away from where these kids lived in Moscow, Idaho. He was studying at Washington State. This is his mugshot from this morning. There you see him waking up in the Latah County Jail. Here's what we're doing. We are digging into the affidavit of probable cause. This thing is rich with details. Let me tell you, folks, and we've assembled a power panel to go through it all and hit every aspect of it, the law enforcement aspect, the forensic pathology aspect, and of course, the mental aspect. Who could do such a thing? Let me bring in my guest now in the studio with me, retired DEA Special Agent Ted Golden, standing by remotely. We have triple board certified pathologist Dr. Peter Cummings and forensic psychologist Dr. John Delatorre. Great to have all of you gentlemen here. Agent Golden, let me start with you, please. There were some things that you predicted. You've been on this show many times talking about this and how they were going to get their suspect. One of them, the cell phone records, the digital footprint. Your thoughts,
It's
please.
the biggest telltale there is when it comes to committing a crime, especially when you're in proximity of other people's phones. The ability to be able to locate, pinpoint someone's phone where they are within 20 feet now is something you just can't get away from. And it's a telltale sign that usually ends up catching people, especially when they're committing these kinds of activities.
Right. Dr. Peter Cummings, you are triple board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, neuropathology. You are published. And I want to pick your brain about the forensic pathology aspects of this. We don't have much information on anything gleaned at autopsy here. We just have some details that police have shared about coming upon the bodies of those young people. But a couple things stood out that I wanted to ask you about, please. The officers observed that Xana Kernodle was found with wounds that they say appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. And then we see next to Madison Mogen, on the right side of her, there was a leather knife sheath left laying on the bed. And on the snap of that sheath, they were able to extract some DNA. The sheath had language on it. You could see it was a U.S. Marine Corps in anchor insignia, stamped on the outside of it, and had the letters, KA-BAR. I remember talking with you, Dr. Pete, about this, and when police were saying we're looking for a military-style knife, and you told me, you said there's no way they could glean what kind of a knife caused these wounds. There's no way they could know that at autopsy. And now when I saw this, I thought of you immediately. I thought, now they know why it's military style because of what was stamped on that case. Doc, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a conversation you and I have been having since this all happened. Is they're looking for what's called a fixed back knife, which means the blade is in the handle, opposed to a knife you can open up like a jackknife or a switchblade. That's very specific, and that's not something you can really get from an autopsy. So my question had been to you is, how do we know that information, and where does that come from? And now we know. And from the details of that case, that the knife would have to be placed in, if you put like attach it to your belt or something like that, is very specific. It has the United States Marine Corps symbol on it, so you can be very sure that's a fixed back knife. That didn't come from the autopsy. It came from the current crime scene processing. And when you see a sharp force injury in an autopsy, they put it together and said, we have a sharp force injury, we have a knife case, we're looking for a military style knife. So it was, I think, a piece of information that probably didn't want to make public. It would have been something I would sneakily go along to different stores and look around and ask about, but certainly a very important piece of evidence.
Definitely, Dr. Pete. In another follow-up on that, when I see the language they use, they talk about Xana Kernodle's injuries caused by an edged weapon, and Ethan Chapin's appeared to be caused by a sharp force injuries. I'm quoting the language directly. What's the distinction, please, Dr. Pete?
Sure. It could be a couple different things. And sometimes it's very difficult in an autopsy to make this determination. When you look at the blade of a knife, it can either have a double edge where both sides are sharp, or a single edge where only one side is sharp. Like think of your typical kind of knife in the silverware drawer has only got one edge on it, where you might have some more intricate knives that have edges on both sides, so both sides can cut. When I hear edged weapon, it's telling me that there's only a single sharp edge here. So one of the wounds would have had a very nice kind of detailed flat edge with a triangle, almost like a pie piece shape to it, which would have been a pretty good indicator that you're talking about a single-edged weapon. If you had had a double-edged weapon, it would have looked more like a diamond-shaped type wound that you would be able to say this is probably a double edge. Sometimes you can't tell, sometimes you can tell, and here you have a sharp instrument that caused wounds that's edged, which means I have one sharp edge to that surface.
This is really fascinating stuff, Dr. Pete. Thank you for sharing that. Dr. John Delatorre, I've got questions for you coming up, but we're just getting word that we have that video back right now from Brian Kohberger's hearing. Let's watch.
All right, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and skip that, and we're just gonna listen to them while they talk in between. All right, so we'll go here again. This is January 5th, 2023.
And be held without any bail. So he's going to sit in jail until this case proceeds to the juncture of trial, or if we have some kind of a plea take place prior to then. The next court date, January the 12th, 10 a.m. He's going to be back in court. A status conference is just basically a way for the attorneys to go before the judge, let them know what's going on with the case. Everybody kind of convenes. Where are we? What's next in the proceedings? Because this one is so high profile, can see why they'd want to do this quickly. And at that hearing, we'll see what's next. We'll see how the state is going to be proceeding here. Remember, this one is eligible to be pursued as a death penalty case. The state would, of course, have to file that notice. And Kohberger's got his attorney. We saw the appointment take place there as well. I want to bring in now Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter. She was in the courtroom watching everything unfolding. Chanley, we're so anxious to hear about who was in the gallery. If you saw the family members, tell us everything, if you would, please.
Yeah, Julie, we waited in line for a while to enter into this courtroom. Family members were on the front row of the gallery. We had the Gonsalves family, their family attorney, Shannon Gray, the family actually giving a statement right now. We're going to bring you what they have to say ASAP. The father of Kaylee Gonsalves sat in the middle, flanked by his wife, Christy, his son, Kaylee's brother, as well as Kaylee's sister, who's been vocal as well. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonsalves, had his arms around both his wife and his son and had his eye on the door that we knew to be the door that Brian Kohberger would enter. Remember, his attorney telling us that he wanted to look this guy in the eye. As soon as Brian Kohberger entered the courtroom, he didn't look back towards the gallery. He looked down and then sat down at the table, looking only towards the judge or his attorney, Ann Taylor, to his right. So I had my eyes on Steve Gonsalves, Julie, and he looked at Brian Koberger nearly the entire time they were in that courtroom during the hearing. Looks, glares. I wish I could more adequately describe the look on his face as he stared towards Brian Koberger, the man he believes stabbed his daughter, Kaylee Gonsalves,
Oh, I
to
bet.
death. At times, he did glance over to the judge when he talked, but it was definitely intense there in that moment. I was sitting right behind them on the second row in that gallery. Brian Koberger, he walked in. He had a great posture. He seemed a bit confident. I know we just watched him there, but he would look directly to the judge. He would confidently answer her questions. Yes. He also would nod his head in response to most of what the judge was saying, even when she said the names of the victims he's accused of stabbing to death and the ones that he left to survive, the roommates. He would nod his head at that. And then he was stood up and escorted out. He was not shackled at his hands, but he was shackled at his ankles. But he didn't seem to have trouble walking. He was escorted and flanked by many of the sheriff's deputies escorting him in and out of the courtroom. It was quick. It was a jam-packed courtroom. Media here from all over, and members of the public here as well who waited in line to have a seat inside the courtroom. I sat next to one lady who's a criminology PhD student. She was emotional. This has personally touched her. She actually, after the hearing was over, went and said something to the Gonsalves family, giving her condolences to them. And Steve Gonzalez actually stood up and hugged this lady before they left the courtroom, Julie.
What's up, 49er girl?
Jen, I want to hear more, please, about the family members. Did you see anyone becoming emotional? Because one could only begin to try to imagine just how upsetting this would be to be in court for a hearing like this.
Oh, absolutely, Julie. I'm glad you asked because during the moment initially, the family seemed stoic and strong, just having their arms around each other. But then as the judge read the charges against Brian Koberger one by one and naming each of the victims' names, that's when it affected this family. The first was for Madison Logan. But the second first-degree murder count was for Kaylee Gonsalves. And as soon as the judge said Kaylee's name, her mother broke down into tears. She had a tissue in her hand, wiping her face. You could hear some silent, soft sobs coming from that family, and again, comforting each other. People that sat behind them on down the road put their hands on their shoulders to comfort them in those moments as they heard their loved one's name. I have a couple of updates from the statement from the family that was just made out front of the courthouse. It was only Shannon Gray, the attorney that represents the Gonsalves family, who spoke to the media very briefly. Essentially, he said this is an emotional time for the Gonsalves family after seeing the defendant in person for the first time. And they said this is the only statement that they're going to make. Steve and Christy Gonsalves stood next to their attorney looking very somber, but did not say anything publicly. Media, as I was standing here to be live with you, Julie, was swarming, literally running across this parking lot behind me to make their way to hear this statement. But we will have actual video of this statement soon so we can show our viewers that very short statement from this very still distraught, emotional family here. But wanted to make sure they were here again to see this person they believe murdered their loved one.
What a tough, dreadful day. And this is only the beginning. I mean, we know that. We know that this is going to be a long process. The details in this affidavit of probable cause, though, very stunning and quite solid evidence that the state of Idaho is going to be able to bring against this guy, Brian Koberger. Defending him is going to be no easy task, certainly. Chandler, what can you tell us, please, about his attorney, the woman who was there seated with him today?
Yeah, her name's Ann Taylor. She is the public defender for Kootenai County, which is about 2 hours north of here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. She has been already on this case. We heard her name Tuesday when he waived the extradition hearing, and has been working already. In fact, yesterday when I stopped by the crime scene, the people that are staked out there, as well as Fox News, even reporting that she has made a visit already to that crime scene. Probably one of the reasons they halted the cleanup of that home last Friday after Koberger's arrest. It was scheduled to be cleaned, but they halted that process by a court order. likely because they wanted to make sure the defense team of Bryan Kohberger had an opportunity to also bring in their own investigators and to take in that crime scene to prepare a defense. And that, according to sources, has been done, and they've been visiting that home. And again, 5 minutes from where I'm standing here from the courthouse is the crime scene. So she has been already working hard on his behalf, even filing some documents, and was there sitting with him today inside the courtroom, Julie.
Sounds like he's got excellent counsel. He sure will need it on charges like this, as you know. Chanley Painter live for us there in the Latah County courthouse area. You're going to be staying throughout the day, Chanley, and gathering more information. We'll look forward to talking with you in just a little while. I want to return to my power panel for some quick reaction before we squeeze in a break, as we are nearing the bottom of the hour. In the studio with me, I have retired DEA Special Agent Ted Golden, standing by remotely, Dr. Peter Cummings and Dr. John Delatorre. I want to kind of go around the horn and get reactions, and then we're going to be digging deeper on these details throughout the afternoon. Dr. John Delatorre, let me begin with you. What jumped out at you with what we heard today, please, in court?
In court, nothing much really stood out to me. He was definitely more calm and collected. I think people probably thought that he was going to be a little bit more demonstrative, but I'm not surprised that he's just sort of accepting what exactly it is that's going on, because this is something that he is familiar with as being a criminology student and having a degree in criminal justice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was it surprising at all to you that he didn't look back at the gallery, that he just kind of stayed focused on looking straight ahead, looking toward the judge, looking toward his attorney?
Well, no, he does look back. There is this time when he briefly glances back. I thought he was maybe looking at the camera the same way that the judge was looking back, but now with Chanley Painter describing where the father was sitting, I think he was probably just trying to glance back at him. So he does look back. He does acknowledge everything that's going on in the room. It wasn't as necessarily as stoic. He is aware of everything that's going on. He's just paying attention to the judge.
Mm-hmm, most certainly. Dr. Pete, you also do trial consulting work as well. You serve as an expert witness. And I was pretty impressed by what I heard Chanley telling us about the attorney representing Bryan Kohberger, that she's already been doing her homework. I mean, prior to even the court appearance, she was reviewing the evidence. Your take on that, please.
Yeah, I got so many thoughts as a former scene investigator, as a medical examiner, and as a trial strategist on this. That's an incredibly experienced move, and he's definitely got good counsel. Because the problem is, how are you going to defend this? I mean, there are multiple layers of evidence here we can go through, from DNA to cell phone records, and the affidavit's so detailed that what jumps out at me, all of this, and is that the best way to solve a crime, no matter what technology you have, is shoe leather, and it's police work. And this looks like some really fine police work that was put together here, and so now the prosecution story looks very clear. Now you can question, how are you going to defend this if you do, or if you take a plea, or what happens. So there's a whole bunch of strategy and science still have to be discussed here, for sure.
Oh, most certainly. We're going to talk about that. I want to pick your brain about the DNA, Dr. Pete, coming up. And first, I want to turn to our police officer on the panel, Ted Golden, who served with the Memphis, Tennessee Police Department, then did federal work with the DEA for many, many years, retired as a special agent, still does consulting with courtrooms and in the Atlanta area. Tell me, Ted, when you look at this affidavit, you have been writing and taking copious notes since you walked in the door today at Court TV and got your hands on this like we did. You've written a lot of these. You've reviewed a lot of these. You've been at trial where these are, being discussed. Tell me, how strong, in your opinion, is this affidavit?
It's very detailed. It's very exact. It's actually got, I think, too much information in it.
And why do you say that?
Because you don't want to give up too much of what you have and on the front end. You kind of want to make sure you hold some stuff back, because this allows the defense attorneys to be able to pull out what they want.
I'm sorry. I gotta listen to that again. I gotta see if that's real or fake. Sorry.
Science still have to be discussed here, for sure.
Oh, most certainly. We're going to talk about that. I want to pick your brain about
this
the DNA.
Laugh real or fake?
Dr. Pete coming up. And first, I want to turn to our police officer on the panel, Ted Golden, who served with the Memphis, Tennessee Police Department, then did federal work with the DEA for many, many years, retired as a special agent, still does consulting with courtrooms and in the Atlanta area. Tell me, Ted, when you look at this affidavit, you have been writing and taking copious notes since you walked in the door today at Court TV and got your hands on this like we did. You've written a lot of these, you've reviewed a lot of these, you've been at trial where these are, being discussed. Tell me, how strong, in your opinion, is this affidavit?
It's very detailed. It's very exact. It's actually got, I think, too much information in it.
And why do you say that?
Because you don't want to.
Yeah, that's a real laugh. I'm sorry. What's up, Dream Suburb? Everybody hopping in. Oh, boy.
You give up too much of what you have. And on
Too
the
much.
front end, you kind of want to make sure you hold some stuff back, because this allows the defense attorneys to be able to pull out what they want and try to focus on the issues that they can confront. Yeah. But this is an ironclad affidavit. I hadn't gotten through all of it yet, but it clearly has all of the things that you need to make sure that you confirm. Identity, who saw what, when, where, and how, and then the fact that he was confronted before he walked out of the place, and she's still alive. That's even good. It's even better. But realistically, it's a very well-written document, and I expect that we don't see all that they have, because there's some things that I would have done ordinarily that I don't see here yet, and I think that they did a fantastic
There's still more. You're saying there's still more.
I think there's more.
Good supportive evidence.
There should be more.
We'll talk more about that. Ted Golden, Dr. Peter Cummings, Dr. John Delatorre, thank you all kindly. Stand by, please. When we come back, we're going to take you to Pennsylvania. Our Julia Janae is standing by.
Hold some stuff back, because this allows the defense attorneys to be able to pull out what they want and try to focus on the issues that they can confront. Yeah. But this is an ironclad affidavit. I hadn't gotten through all of it yet, but it clearly has all of the things that you need to make sure that you confirm. Identity, who saw what, when, where, and how, and then the fact that he was confronted before he walked out of the place, and she's still alive. That's even good. It's even better. But realistically, it's a very well-written document, and I expect it.
Of course, realistically, this is why I replayed it. Realistically, it's a well-written document. But then after, because it's part of the realistic part, I expect more. Well-written, I expect more. Pennsylvania arrest, well-written from Idaho. We just want to let you know, we're only doing it because of what was well-written. Washington, the search of Koberger's apartment in the PCA says, we just want to let you know, we're only doing this because of this well-written document. When you look at the verbiage of what PA and WA wrote in their documents, they're like, yo, they're saying the same thing as this guy is. I would have written it. I would have done things a little different. I would have written it a little different. It's well written. Looks like they have all of this damning evidence. But I expect more. And that's exactly what these other agencies were saying. Well written, but we expect more. But because we didn't get what we expected, we're only doing this because of what was given to us.
Still alive. That's even good. It's even better. But realistically, it's a very well-written document, and I expect that we don't see all that they have, because there's some things that I would have done ordinarily that I don't see here yet, and I think that they did a fantastic
There's still more. You're saying there's still more.
I think there's more.
Good supportive evidence.
There should be more.
There
we'll
should
talk
be more
about that. Ted Golden, Dr.
I think there's more. There should be more. Look at the verbiage in PA and WA. That's all I'm saying. Look at the verbiage.
Dr. Peter Cummings, Dr. John Delatorre, thank you all. Kindly stand by, please.
It's always the
When we
verbiage.
come back, we're going to
Always.
take you to Pennsylvania. Our Julia Janae is standing by there to dig in on the link to Pennsylvania with this case. We know there was DNA evidence left at the crime scene, and police were able to go through the trash at Brian Koberger's parents' house in PA. We'll explain the link coming up next.
January 5th, 2023. It's crazy. Like, we're going through these old videos. It's crazy what you not only see the narrative, the verbiage, the spin, but then when you're watching these other old interviews and stuff, you see, like in the beginning, I totally forgot. I totally forgot Steve G and Wifey were like, that's who? That's the guy? What? Yeah, it's crazy. All right. We're going to switch to this Harsh video because I want to show you this here. Good video that he put out earlier this morning. Bright and early. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. So, like we always do, there's that. So listen to what he says if you haven't watched it yet. If you have watched it, you know what I'm talking about because I watched it this morning when I was getting ready for my show. The 8 hours. The 8 hours. And then I'm going to play a little something for you because you probably haven't seen it. And if you have, it's only a few minutes, but take what he's saying. Add a little bit of what I'm saying to it because we're kind of saying the same thing, but then there's a different part too. You put that shit together and it's like, it makes, what else makes sense, everybody? Seriously, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you're all well.
Shout out, Harsh.
Oh my word. It's Monday. New week, baby. It's a new week.
Same
and
here.
I just thought
every
I would
morning.
do 2 videos today. This is going to be video 1. Later on will be video 2. So 2 videos. And just addressing things we talked about last night in the lives, because I know not everybody has got an hour plus to go through and listen to everything that's said. And I felt that there was a couple of points that were made from questions that were asked. And you know what? Let's do it. And by the way, you're looking absolutely amazing. You always look amazing. I don't know how you do it. Now, me, I look a mess 99% of the time, but you look amazing. But we've got meat and potatoes to chop on, so let's do it. And
you know what? Whoever talks shit about that, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? By the way, I don't know if you're still in here or not, Harsh, but I do hold the F-bomb crown, and you did take it from me for a couple days. Everybody that's in the show remembers that. You did take it from me for a couple days. But I was like, damn, what happened? Normally, I'm the one getting chewed out from people. But, yeah. I'm loving the spunk, man. I'm loving the spunk.
Look, I was asked yesterday during the live, look.
You did have it for a couple of days.
Do you believe Dylan Mortensen? Do you actually believe what she says? And this is what I said. And this is going to shock some of you because I've spoken about Dylan Mortensen. I've voiced my concerns, but this is the way I look at it. I've got no hate for Dylan Mortensen whatsoever. I can't fathom what that would be like to be in that position if she was indeed in that position.
Right?
Could you imagine being in a house where someone enters into the house and they do this heinous crime?
Right.
And you are one of only 2 people who survive. It's crazy. It's you're almost you're lucky, aren't you? You're lucky to be alive, and you have to fathom what that would be like to think, do you know what? I'm lucky.
How scared it would be,
I'm
you know?
lucky that I'm here. Because you have to think to yourself, either Dylan Mortensen has something to do with it. He had something to do with it. She was the person who tipped the person off and said, you can come. They're in bed. Because we know that she knew they were in bed because, well, she was shouting up to them. She heard noises. She was shouting up. So you've either got to think to yourself, she was either the person who tipped them off, which I think a lot of people think that. Now, do I think it? I don't want to think that. Because that scares me. That scares me to think that that's how this could have played out. That one of these surviving roommates actually tipped somebody off to come into the house and do this crime. Now, can we completely take it off the table? No, we can't. Because we don't yet know really what happened. What do I think happened? This is what I think is the most likely thing that happened. And I feel that there's been some clues that have been left along the way that could have likely pointed to the fact that this was the case. And we're going to go back to the start shortly. But I think Dylan Mortensen knew what had happened in this house many hours before it was reported. We know that there's some missing hours, 7 to 8 hours missing, unaccounted for. And we know that Dylan Mortensen heard noises that she'd potentially shouted up saying, shut the fuck up, because she thought they were making noises. She was trying to sleep. And we know that she saw someone leave, because that's the information that we've been given. That's what's contained in the PCA. That she heard noises. She heard someone's here. I'm here to help you. Crying, whimpering. She more than likely heard the thud, because that was heard on a camera that was, 50 yards away. So she likely heard that.
Right.
And then I'm thinking about,
how do you not hear what took place inside the property if 1112 picked up the frickin' audio? Like, how does that even happen? And that's just the sound. That's not the scent. Sound and scent doesn't make sense, right? Sound and scent doesn't make sense.
myself, you hear this, and you've already been out of your room, you see someone leave, dressed in black mask.
What's up, Brandywine?
You take enough notice of them because you're able to later on give an accurate description of what you saw. Height, build, brows. And you go back in your room. She goes back in her room. And then all of a sudden it's deathly quiet. There's not a noise at all. Does it get to a point where you think, now it's too quiet? Why can I not hear anything? Law enforcement said that they pretty much know the time frame of things based on the activity of the phones. We learned through the Howard Bloom airmail document that there was texts between these two who was in the house. Now, we know that there was only going to be texts between them two because they were the only two people who were alive. So Bethany Funk was the only person who could have replied to Dylan if Dylan was messaging everybody. Hello, 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 hello.
Right.
It's one reply.
Right.
And that's how they ascertained when all this came to an end. She only got one reply from Bethany.
Because the LE did state, based off of the phone activity, it was based off of the phone activity. They believe, It ended at 4:25, whatever. No. So then why would they originally say 3 a.m.? It just don't make sense.
If she got a reply at all, but that to me explains the
Thank you, Devil
communication
Dog.
between them
Appreciate
two.
you.
And I said in this before when we touched on this, it would have been very odd if the only person who she messaged was Bethany Funk. But we don't know that. We're only sort of, if we want to make her out to be a bad person or think that she did something nefarious, and we'll turn around and say, well, she only must have messaged Bethany Funk. She wouldn't have messaged the others. And that would make her look dodgy, which it would have made her look dodgy, but we don't know. She might have messaged everybody else. But I'm thinking to myself, you get to the point where it's then deathly quiet. Now, again, I go back to what these officers who had entered into this crime scene had spoken about, and they spoke about the smell. The smell hit them, went up their nostrils, the smell. And I'm thinking to myself, there would have been a point where they knew something was wrong. And I think you've got all the lights off, you're walking around, and you go to find out where people are. And at some point, you're going to come across what you come across. And I think that they had come across what they came across. But then it gets to the point where you think, what do you then think to yourself? You think, oh my God, I heard noises. I saw, I shouted up to them. I told
Listen
them
to
to
this,
shut the fuck
everybody.
up.
This is very important.
And
right
this
here.
is what was happening. And then you think to yourself, now this amount of time has passed and I've done nothing. Now you're in the realms of, you have broken the law. This is a felony. A crime has happened. You haven't reported it. And not only...
Right? And listen, and that's why I say, if you add what I'm saying on top of this, when it comes to the amnesty, when it comes to what the call was reported unconscious, when it comes to, you look up what the amnesty law is, they could have... Oh shit, I know if I call it... I mean, think about it, everybody. There is so many. There's parents out there that are with the college students out there in the OD issues, right? So wouldn't you kind of be up to speed if that kind of stuff is going on at a frequency in your area? Would you not, as a student, be up to speed? What happens if one of my roommates, right? So you know, if you call it in as something, what happens legally? Because it states if you call it in or notify it as such. Doesn't mean that it ends up being... It doesn't say that. It says if it's notified as a OD, there is an amnesty law that prevents that person from getting in trouble. So if this is what really took place, right? What Harsh is saying, and it's like, really, how else other could this be or go? They realized, oh shit, like what he's saying, oh shit, we're fucked. All this time went by, and here we thought it was people being loud, quote, shut the fuck up. And then all this time goes by, and then they're like what he's saying, oh shit, we're fucked. What are we gonna do? Oh my gosh, could it possibly make it look like I'm the one that... Yo, we have a amnesty. Why do you know about the amnesty law already? Because of the issues that are going on already, or were going on with those college students and ODs already. Hell, ODs as a society, because everybody knows OD's been popping up like crazy since 2015, 2016. So wouldn't you, as a student, be up to speed on if one of your roommates, you had to call for one of your roommates, if it's an issue, wouldn't you be up to speed on it? Probably. So if you're in a situation where, like Harsh is saying, we be fucked, OD. Why don't we hear Bethany's? Why wasn't it used? Why is she not allowed to be talked to? Secret grand jury, real quick. Shh. Whatever Bethany said. Shh. Why? Why is it not released? Amnesty, maybe? Maybe DM was passed the hell out. Because you got to think DM was on the same frickin' floor and underneath where the other one took place. She's going to be the one that's going to wake up and go, Pooh. Of course she's going to pass the fuck out. That's why I think BF is the one that don't know what to do. Shit, what do we do? Brings up a great point.
I think that they had come across what they came across. But then it gets to the point where you think, what do you then think to yourself? You think, oh my God, I heard noises. I saw, I shouted up to them. I told them to shut the fuck up. And this is what was happening. And then you think to yourself, now this amount of time has passed and I've done nothing. Now you're in the realms of, you have broken the law. This is a felony. The crime has happened. You haven't reported it. And not only that, you've walked around the house and dragged footprints around the house. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place. Now, we heard right at the beginning there was a potential that the front door was open. I've touched on this before, so I'm going over old ground with this for those of you who have been around the channel a long time. There was news earlier on that house, the front door was open. Now, we'll never know whether that's a fact because we know from the 911 call that loads of people were there. By the time that this all kicked off, loads of people were here. But we seemingly know now that there was more people called over. Why would other people be called over? That doesn't even make sense that these people were called over unless they found something and they called these people over because of what they found. So even when they found out, why wouldn't they then have called 911 themselves? Do you know what I mean? I believe that they found them. They knew what had happened. They cleaned up their own footprints because it made it look, or they felt that it made them look guilty of doing something because there was literally footprints leading from potentially Xana and Ethan's room back to her room. I've got to get rid of that. Got to get rid of it. I can imagine. Would I have done the same? I think to myself, I probably would have done the same. Even if I was innocent, I'd have probably done the same because it makes you look guilty.
You know what I mean? It's real shit.
Listen to your guys' judicial system and how you can very, very easily find yourself in a situation that you're guilty when you're not.
And Harsh, I know you're busy, and I know it's probably late as shit, but if you want to hop up, just let me know. You're more than welcome. This is real shit, man. Like, seriously. And then I'm going to take you to the amnesty law, and I'm going to give you the link so you can have it for yourself. You can read this shit for yourself. Like, you put this shit together, and it's like, what else makes sense? Like, seriously. Because nothing else has this whole time. Nothing.
Oh, that happens. I think to myself, what would I have done? And these girls got legal representation. Why did they get legal representation? Early on, that's what we was told. We was told that they'd sought legal. And remember, we had the conversations. Like people said, well, you would just do that. That's what you do. You were taught that you do that.
New
you
icon
get yourself
photo.
legal
Cool,
representation.
Brandywine. Thank you.
But I believe that there was something in the background of that was making them believe that they needed to get legal representation, and nothing fits the bill for a reason for why you would do that other than you was wandering about. You knew what had happened. You'd walked yourself around and put your own footprint in there. Let me know down below what you think.
Both. Legal representation. Why? To make sure that BF shit is... And also to make sure that DM couldn't discuss BF. That's why I don't even necessarily say that the statement in the PCA is her, you know what I mean? Like, if you lawyered up real quick, what are you going to be like? No. Sure. Maybe. Yes. So then when somebody asks you, how tall were they, Dylan? I don't know. Taller than you? I don't know, maybe. Shorter than you? No. What about the same size? Sure. Okay, hold on. Okay. So the eyebrows, were they like crooked? Were they like, what stuck out to them to you? I don't know. Okay. Did this person like use a hair clipper and kind of do a couple lines in their eye? No. Okay. What about did they pluck them? Were they groomed? No. Okay. Were they bushy? I guess so. Oh, okay. You guess so. Okay. And what about their build? Average? Sure. Okay. Were they athletic? Were they muscular? Were they skinny? I don't know. Both. Oh, both. Oh, okay. So they were athletic but average. So they were both. They were both. Yeah, they were both. Oh, okay. Athletic and average. Interesting. Okay, thank you, DM. Appreciate it. By the way, it could have even been on a phone call, and it could have been the third one. But thank you. I appreciate your assistance. Thank you so much. It's definitely what we needed, and we'll go ahead and talk soon. Thank you. PCA statement right there. Is that how it could not have existed? So I'm gonna take you to this here. Here's a link for it. I'm gonna read this real quick for you guys. Whoa. Why is it doing that? Hold on one second. It's like making it huge. All right, there we go. All right, so this is the Idaho Legislature website. It's the official website of the Idaho Legislature. Title 37, Food, Substances, and Oil. Chapter 27, Uniform Controlled Substances, Article 4. There's the link if you'd like to read through it. It's a very short paragraph. So how do you get away with what just took place after Harsh brought the possibility of we be fucked? This is what you do. If you're in a situation where we be fucked and there's an issue of this stuff happening all over the place and you just want to simply know, holy shit, I just did what anybody could have done. Looked it up. What does it say? Medical assistance, substance-related OD. Prosecution. For one, because it talks about everything. It not only talks about possession, but it also talks about people. This is what, right here, you call it in for this. What does it end up being? It ends up being an OD, right? No, not necessarily. If you go by this law, it goes by unconscious. Unconscious. Doesn't get released. Just saying, doesn't get released. A person acting in good faith who seeks medical assistance for any person experiencing a substance-related medical emergency shall not be charged or prosecuted for possession. You can read the rest. Possession, paraphernalia, anything that has to do with it. Number 2, a person acting in good faith who seeks medical assistance for any person who experiences a substance-related medical emergency and is in need of medical assistance shall not be charged or prosecuted for the possession of such. The protections in this section from prosecution shall not be grounds for suppression of evidence and other criminal charges. When you call it in as somebody that's still alive, and you call it in as an OD, medical amnesty, shout out Yoli, appreciate you, Yoli. Good luck at your trial coming up here soon. Appreciate you, Yoli. Unconscious amnesty. It just makes sense. I'm not saying it's what happened, because I'm not at the water cooler. But I'm telling you right now, what else makes sense? Like, honestly, tell me, because this whole time, it's something that I've always wondered. How? Nothing would make sense until all of this stuff recently. Shout out, Harsh. Appreciate you. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your company today. If you'd like to come up, you're more than welcome to talk about it. I know you're busy. This right here, if they don't want to be honest with us, let's be honest, with respect to the victims and the families, of course. That's why there's just certain things that I just don't entertain unless there's more there. Not saying it don't happen. I'm just saying I'm not at the water cooler. I honestly couldn't tell you 100% either way. I couldn't do it. All right, we're going to get into... We were talking, and it's kind of interesting that Crime Circus came out with this video today. And then we're going to switch back. Well, let me see. We're at 3 already. Because I'm going to be back on tonight. Here, I'll put the link out for tonight's show. If you guys want to come back tonight, we're going to be doing the body cams in Banfield Deep Dive Part 3 tonight. And we'll be doing that at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. So if you want to come hang out for that. We're going to be going into some other body cam stuff. The first couple episodes was with the Banfield. We might touch on that a little bit. There's a link if you want to put it in your notification. We might touch on that a little bit. But we're going to be going into some of the other body cam stuff. The court TV, the one you see Kaylee in the orange dress. If you look at the thumbnail, look at the Easter egg, you'll see why the first part of Idaho is on the certain part of the thumbnail. Wink, wink. Yes. UK time, please. I don't know. Right now it is 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. And so that is it'll be in 6.5 hours. So 6.5 hours from right now, whatever time that is. Whatever time that is, I'm not sure. $12:30 a.m. Yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever. 6.5 hours from now or so. So we were talking about, we've done some stuff on Sigma Chi. I'm going to be doing a show soon on Kappa Kappa Gamma. We'll be doing a little bit on that coming up. And we'll be finishing up the Sigma Chi stuff. That'll be coming up here probably next weekend. One of the streams next weekend. Speaking of, here in a couple days, I am going to be taking a couple day break from YouTube. I'm going to be getting everything prepped and ready for the trip, so I can get everything done and completed, and be able to not only do the updates to the show, but also get prepared for the trip that I'm going on. And so I'm not going to be around for a couple days because I'm just going to be getting everything prepped, situated, organized, gone through. It's a huge trip, so definitely needs a couple days to just focus for all the planning and all that stuff. So you're not going to hear from me for a couple days, mid to end week, just for planning for the upcoming trip. So just as a heads up, but I will be streaming my morning shows and my night shows the next couple days. So definitely come hang out. But that's in a couple days. You'll, just as a heads up, I won't be able to be around for a couple days. So just got to make sure I get everything prepped because it's a long trip. All right. So, anyways, we were talking about Sigma Chi, and we've kind of been talking about, I've been kind of like expressing more about what I've always thought, that this party frat issue, possibly the Moose Lodge, because why would you call it in at the corner club? Because you want to be able to come back to the corner club, so you're going to call it into the property where nobody's at, so that way nobody gets in trouble, but you still want to call it in because somebody's threatening your boyfriend. Just different things, like just different issues that were taking place around that time period, where it's like, why wouldn't that issue at the Sigma Chi be something that's mixed? Why wouldn't Ethan and Zaina's whereabouts, why wouldn't that be known? Why would we know everything about what Bethany did and Dylan did and Kaylee and Maddie? Why not Ethan and Zaina? It just never made sense. We're going to check out this Crime Circus cult video. This was from earlier about Sigma Chi. Checkmate Sigma Chi is what it says. So let me get the link for it in chat. Crime Circus cult is that one, and I'll share that, and we'll get into this video real quick. And then I might go back to a fresh note, old note episode of something, but it just depends on what time we get through this one. So very sus, right? What's up, Just Debbie? Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Appreciate you. And we will be back in about 6.5 hours doing body cams in Banfield. All right, let me see here. Sigma Chi, checkmate.
Going to discuss a possible scenario where Xana did not order DoorDash. We are going to clear up things about the tarot card, the U-Haul, and so much more, including I'm offering reward money. Yeah, stay tuned for that.
Hey, what's up?
And we're going to be
heading to Indiana. What are you doing in Indiana? I'm taking off here myself here soon. What are you doing in Indiana? What's up? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
taking a peek into Sigma Chi and fraternity life. Now, without further ado, let's see what I have to say.
Really? Some Delphi? I was just up there like a month ago. Creepy, man. I'll put the link up for you guys if you want to check it. Man, when I walked the path that the girls took up there, when sit on the bench, and let me know if you feel something. Like if you sit on the bench and then turn to your left, like if you sit at the bench is facing the other way of the path that the girls came in. If you sit on the bench because it's facing the other way, if you sit on the left side, the side that's facing the high bridge, and then sit on that side of the bench and then turn around and look to the path where they came through, let me know if you feel something. Like, for real, I'm not like when I went there and I sat on that bench. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's crazy when you know that they're walking down that way, and and you're sitting there and you realize how close everything is. It's not as close. It seems so much farther away on camera. And when you sit there and you see how close it was, like, and then knowing that there's speculation that the person that either committed or was watching was sitting at that damn bench. Like, you can literally, oh man, it was creepy. It was so creepy. Prayer for those little girls. I can't believe that the shit got leaked. The fact that they're not even getting justice is so messed up. The fact, it's, and prayers for safety too. Prayers for safety too. I appreciate you. Always classy, always. Yeah, let me know. I'm going to be hitting you up in a few days anyway, so I'll be hitting you up in an email. I'm going to shoot something your way, lady.
For myself this time.
Right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name's Chucky, and I'll be your host this evening on this Halloween special. I'm filling in for Drip Drop once again. You probably thought there was only one Halloween special. At Crime Circus and the Crime Circus Cult, you get rewarded with bonus episodes. And this one is my most important episode yet. So don't skip through and don't miss a single second of anything I have to say, because this is an important episode. Anyways, let's start by discussing the U-Haul very briefly. I'm so thankful and I'm so proud to have such a high IQ audience that really left some intelligent comments on my last video. Thank you all so much. I do want to let you know that I have moved many times. I am well aware about U-Hauls being in different states with different plates. In fact, U-Hauls should typically always have an Arizona plate. I'm aware that the advertisements on the side of the U-Haul does not mean that that's where the U-Haul came from. I've been told that there's anywhere from 50 to 250 different designs on the side of the U-Haul.
Yeah, like, seriously, like, I've done a lot of U-Hauls too. I've lived in Chicago, Miami, Akron, like all these different places. Trust me, I know what U-Hauls are. When do you get to, like, say, you know what, I want that one because it has Pennsylvania plates? Like, when, or Pennsylvania on the side. Like, when do you get to say that? No, you call them up, you make a reservation. It's like, yeah, I need this size and this size. Like, that's what I need. They give it. So, I mean, some people in here, oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. For real. But seriously, like, thank you so much. Please be safe. Please be safe. Please be safe. Oh man, please be safe over there. Please be safe. Oh shit, I forgot. Oh shit. I'm just worried about your safety because I'm remembering the shit that I got. Just, yeah. But the U-Haul, like, you don't get to pick. You get to tell them what size. You get to tell them, like, you know, I need this. I need I need a trailer. Maybe you don't. Like, come on. But people, It's like these people on these videos, when we sit here and say that something could be a possibility, because it is possible, right? Maybe the LE had their pick. Not like we do. Maybe LE could have went there and said, you know what, we need that one right there, and we want that one because it has Pennsylvania. They easily could have. It's a possibility. But for people to be so damn literal and like sit there and be, well, well, duh. No, it's not duh. It's a damn possibility. And that's what we are. We're talking about the possibilities because why are we talking about the possibilities? Because they don't give us stuff to talk about when it comes to the damn guilt. They keep everything so damn quiet and hush, it leaves nothing but all these crazy ass speculations and theories. The ones that are even disrespectful to the families and the victims. The shit I'll never talk about because I don't care about the clicks and fucking views. People need to quit being so damn literal with us. Seriously. It's like, how do these people know? Like, how is the person that's messaging Drip Drop or Chucky? Is the person that's messaging Chucky? Do they really fucking know? Do they really fucking know? No, they don't. So what the fuck is it? Take that energy, quit with the negative shit, take the energy, put it towards positive, towards the victims in the family. Take the energy you just used to freaking Crime Circus. My bad, Harsh. Take the one that you just used for Crime Circus. Put that towards positive to the victims in the family. Can you imagine? Man, would Ellie be able to fucking tell shit? No, because it would be like, you know what? It would be an extension of what Steve G was told to stop doing. Because we're doing what Steve G's doing. But Steve G's a lot closer to the investigation, and that's why other people said, yo, Steve G, you need to slow down, man. You're going way ahead of us. We're on the same track. Don't get me wrong. We're on the same track, but you're going way ahead of us. You need to slow it down because we got to make sure that we got T's to cross and I's to dot, and you're going too quick. Just trust me. Just slow down a little bit. Just slow down. And he's been in a position where you've heard him how many times come out on camera and say, if they don't start doing what they're supposed to, I'm gonna start. How many times has he said it, right? That's all we're doing. We're trying to be that extension of Steve G. So the people that are being spitting venom and sitting here talking shit and trying to be so damn literal that you're taking the topic of conversation off course, you're taking the energy towards the truth and the justice off course because of your own selfish fucking bullshit, when it should be about the victims and the families. And if you added on top of that, how about instead of making a negative comment to Drip Drop, you make a positive one? How about you add something to what he was talking about instead of take away? Wake the fuck up, people. Is it truly about the victims and the justice in your own soul? Or is it about you? Think about it, people. And I'm not talking to the beautiful diamonds out here in the community, because you know why you're fucking diamonds. It's the people that are spitting venom, negativity. Be about what you say you're about, which is the victims in the family. Be about what you say you're about. Don't sit there and go in all these different talk shows and be tweeting. Chirp, 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 chirp. But when it comes to actions, your ass is lacking. Wake up, you venom fucking people. Use it for what you claim to use it for.
U-Haul trucks. What that means,
I'm on it
I
today,
wasn't
man.
trying to
This
tell
shit
you
just
the
got me
U-Haul
up. It hit
came
my
from
nerve.
Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
No. What I was trying to say is it must have been very difficult for Moscow PD to obtain a U-Haul truck specifically with the Pennsylvania graphic on the side of it. That was to send a message to Brian Koberger. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. Some of you doubters out there think every single clue that I find is just another coincidence. If you add up all these coincidences, you've got a Goosebumps book. Yeah. Anyways, yes, if Moscow PD had just gone to Pennsylvania and got a U-Haul and driven back, that would have actually been easier than what I was trying to tell you in my last episode. Finding a U-Haul specifically with Pennsylvania on the side of it must have been no easy task. If you think it's a coincidence, I'm going to tell you the simple math on that. The odds of that randomly happening would be 5.37 octillion to 1. Yeah. This was an advanced psychological operation developed by the CIA and military of the United States. They wanted to play mind games with Brian Koberger's mind. On this exact same day, that's when they told us all to look for the wrong white Hyundai Elantra.
Let's get right to it. Take a look at these photos behind me right here. Moscow PD saying today they're now looking for a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
So, either they were really looking for the wrong white Hyundai Elantra, or that was more psychological mind games. I think the U-Haul was to spook him, and the wrong white car was to really mess with his mind and send us all on wild goose chases. We all spent so much time traveling around on Google Maps, looking at people's houses and driveways on streets and so on and so forth, etc. And no, I'm not happy how much time I wasted looking for a 2011 white Hyundai Elantra in Moscow, Idaho. It was a lot of time, days of my life looking at the satellite images and cruising around and looking at realtor images.
Yep.
There was a lot of time spent looking for the wrong car.
That's right. Like all of us that are into it, there's so much that, and you all know too. You guys add to it as well. Definitely can't do it alone. I don't get all my information by myself. A lot of it I get from you guys too. Like everybody knows this shit's hard work. We know damn well what he's talking about, and I know you do too because you all do it as well. Seriously, thank you all so much for your support. Really, I really do. I appreciate it. Even if you're just chilling in the show and you're not even comfy typing something in, I appreciate your support for real. I really do. I appreciate you guys today.
All the news stations told us to look for the 2011 to 2013. I looked and you looked too. So what I'm getting at, they were playing with Brian Koberger's mind like a yo-yo. They wanted to psychologically mess with his head. They wanted to see what he would do. And coincidentally enough, 5 days later, he left for Pennsylvania. Either you believe in coincidences or you don't. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
No.
This whole thing can't just be one big coincidence.
No.
No. Did Brian Koberger going to Pennsylvania with his father on the 36-hour road trip mean anything? Was it just a coincidence? I think they probably did spook him, and they probably even interviewed him too. The interview that Ann Taylor requested that wasn't recorded. I do think that Moscow PD...
Again, wouldn't you want this shit recorded to cover your ass? And I'm not saying BK, I'm saying other people. Would you not want this recorded to cover your ass? Think about it. How many lawsuits are out there against LE? Seriously. This ain't something fucking brand new. All the time. So you're gonna sit there and expect me to think that in a day and age where there's a ton of frickin' lawsuits against LE departments, they're not gonna have their fucking body cam on? It doesn't make sense.
He interviewed Brian Koberger sometime between November 29th and December 12th when he left with his father to go to Pennsylvania. So yeah, I think Brian Koberger was spooked after being interviewed, after seeing the U-Haul, after hearing they were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. Brian Koberger has a high IQ.
He was a PhD college student.
He probably saw the writing on the wall on what was about to happen. The outsider was about to take...
Let me go back home because, he, you know, fuck, wouldn't you want to go back home? If you're a student and this is the situation that you're in, wouldn't you want to go back home? Fuck, you would. Wouldn't you want your dad coming driving with you because if something happened on the way back home, you had your dad with you in case something did happen? Damn straight. Makes complete fucking sense. And then you're going back home and you go, you know what? I'm halfway across the country. More than halfway, 2/3 across the country. So if they really do have something, then they're going to have to really make sure that they have something because I'm way over here, right? He makes a great point, too. Great freaking videos today. Shout out Harsh, shout out Crime Circus Cult. Damn.
Take the fall for this horrendous, disgusting, sickening crime. And some of you may or may not be aware, Brian Koberger and his father were pulled over twice on his travels home. Both times he was pulled over in Indiana. Delphi, Indiana? Well, they weren't in Delphi, but they were about an hour and a half away from Delphi, Indiana. Another coincidence, ladies and gentlemen? Or was it the cult of Odin that was pulling over Brian Koberger? We don't know, but we need to know. Yeah, we do. And a big shout out to Richard Allen's former defense attorneys for trying to fight the cult of Odin in the courtroom. A very brief reminder. Everything in this episode is someone else's fantasy, all alleged, and nothing is considered factual, and all individuals are presumed innocent. Now, moving right along, the tarot card. Before I made my episode, a lot of people contacted me and told me that was a tarot card. I'm no tarot expert, and I'm no prayer expert either.
Not either.
After I broadcast my episode, hundreds of people told me that was a prayer card. Well, ladies and gentlemen, both cards look very similar, but that wasn't even what the video was about. It could have been a rare mint condition holographic Charizard Pokemon card. I don't care. The point is, it was there and then it wasn't there. And it was right on top of a very suspicious looking yellow brick that said, follow the yellow brick road. Another clue. And that's what we do as online sleuths. We look for the clues. We look for the changes in scenery. We read the things behind the people being interviewed.
Right? I apply my old profession of detail like a motherfucker, and I apply that to true crime, and I do the same damn thing. You look at the small details, people. The small details. They're all over the place. It's not the confetti, it's the truth. The confetti is what's the shiny shit that's used to distract you. The PCA. Oh, wow, look at that. It's all shiny. Holy crap. There's so much of it. There's so much of it. Wow. And then when court comes, and then you wait for that confetti to be produced like it was promised because you've been seeing it this whole time. And then when you're waiting for the confetti to be produced, and they go, Your Honor, how could we offer something we simply don't have? Where'd the confetti go? Oh my gosh. It wasn't. Whoa. There's the fucking truth now.
That's the important part.
What's
Not
up,
if
Sandra?
it was a prayer card or a tarot or a Pokemon. That's the irrelevant part. Somebody even contacted the chief of police regarding that card. And we're going to get to that. And a lot of these people are in secret societies and they're really good at hiding it. So we have to look for the little clues.
Which could end up being big clues.
I mean, seriously, look at this hand symbol right here.
This is one of the reasons why I'm like, holy shit. A couple weeks ago, we did that court TV. I'm like, well, I never noticed this before. We need to go through some of these old videos and see all this other shit we know. We didn't notice this shit before. We were so focused on Fry back then. This is why we got the fresh notes, old notes. Back then, we were so focused on Fry and his lips and his eyes and what he was saying and the way his hands were looking and all these other things. Because, you know, it was the story. Now that we already know the story, and we know that the story isn't the story, we tend to look at the other things in the background. We notice the little teeny things, the flag, the card, little teeny things, what's on the desk, the books that are sitting there. Little teeny things. We'll be doing that in the body cams episode tonight. Please come hang out.
Here, we've seen the same hand symbol in Delphi, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, making these videos and presenting them to you is very dangerous. This is the type of stuff that could get me passed away. Yeah, and these secret societies start in the fraternities. They really do. You've heard of Skull and Bones? That's one of the most famous ones. Some former presidents were in that one. Some very powerful people join these communities. I've never been in one myself. And a warning and disclaimer to any unhinged internet sleuths watching this video right now. Do not contact the police. Stop bothering the chief. Do not attempt to contact any attorneys in this case, and don't be weird. Seriously, this is a private, independent presentation, broadcast, investigation. Do not involve anybody with any of these theories. These are between me and you. This isn't for others' consumption. Anything you need to say, don't say it to any of those individuals I just mentioned. Say it down in my comments section. That's your best bet of getting your message across and somebody reading it. There's going to be millions of people watching this video, and some of them may read your comment, and I might even read it too. And now the moment some of you have been waiting for, the reward money. It's about time somebody puts up reward money in this case. In every major news story that I've seen, there's been reward money offered, but that was never offered in this case. Even after 6 weeks, they never offered a single penny. They bragged about getting thousands.
And the fact that a couple weeks after the crime, Birdie was promoting a discount on their warning devices for the community. A discount. You have how many fucking people living in that town? 30-some thousand? 40,000, 20,000. It fluctuates depending on enrollment. And you're going to tell me that even back then, Birdie couldn't have donated that many? If Birdie had the right marketing manager, Birdie's marketing manager would have said, guess what, everybody? We're going to take the costs now. We're going to donate these Birdie warning because there's no profile, because there's no reward. We're going to do the right thing. And it's not the community's fault that this crime took place. And if the people that are responsible for taking care of the community don't want to offer a profile, don't want to offer a sketch, even if it is a fucking baklava and bushy eyebrows, they don't want to offer or even let the families offer a reward. Marketing manager at Birdie should have said, guess what, everybody? We're eating the fucking cost. We're going to donate all of these warning devices. Oh, no. Woo. Oh, the 4%, the 4%, the 4%. Listen, everybody, listen. Mr. Marketing, we're going to eat the cost now. Because let's be honest, everybody in the boardroom, let's be honest. We're going to eat the cost now. Because the victims and the community deserve to have something where they can rely on to keep them safe. So let's eat the cost now. I know it's not going to be good for the directors, but listen, the press that comes from donating, we're the only company donating these items to the community. Bonus. We're the only company being talked about doing something the right way for this community. Bonus. How many more people are going to hear about the Birdie brand reaching out to the community and donating these warning devices to the community? The whole fucking world. So as a marketing manager, you should have stood there. You just said, I'm eating the cost. We're donating these items. And if you want to be a greedy son of a bitch and you want to be about the money, Mr. Upstairs, guess what, sir? Think about all of the stuff that's going to be coming in the future, because we just took a 30,000 individual Birdie warning hit to do something right. And look at everything that would come back in return, Mr. Upstairs. You're bitching about losing 4% now, but you're going to get 12% back in the future. What are you bitching about? It didn't make sense to me. This whole reward, Birdie, and I'm lumping them both together too. The whole Birdie and reward. Thank you for your fucking discount, Birdie. The fuck? This shit is the fact that the families wanted the damn reward. No. We don't want to spook the community. We don't want to spook them. We don't want to spook them. Like they didn't know if their best friend was a fucking person because you couldn't even put out a fucking baklava and bushy eyebrows.
Thousands of clues and tips, but reward money was never offered. The university didn't offer it. None of the authorities offered it.
Thank you, Sid.
No money was offered. I'm personally offering $666 for the discovery and recovery of the alleged passing away weapon in this case. We've been told it's possibly a K-bar. It might be a golf club or it might be a machete. We don't know. But if you do find it, turn it into the authorities and then contact me and then I'll cash app you $666. This is no joke. But wait, that's not all. There's more. I'm also offering $1,122 for information that leads to the arrest of anybody involved in this case in any capacity whatsoever. Anybody besides Brian Koberger, he's already been arrested. So if you have a tip or a clue, just leave it down in my comments section, because my comments are being heavily monitored right now, and that'll be the best place to leave your clue. And the money isn't the only thing that you have the potential to be rewarded with. Along with the $1,122, I'm also offering a 2-night sleepover at Crime Circus with all expenses paid for.
Oh my God.
Boom. Yeah. Comment down below if you want to win this reward, because I am serious. These are 2 real rewards that I'm putting up because we want answers, and I'll pay any price to get the truth. Now, before we get to the next segment in this case, I do want to let you know we have been spoon-fed many distractions in this case. So many rumors, lies, misdirection, so on and so forth. We've wasted so much time going down different rabbit holes, but I guess we had to go down just to make sure, because we investigate everything. And now it's all becoming so clear, crystal clear. I personally believe that the answers in this case lie within Sigma Chi. Boom. You see, there was a big fight at Sigma Chi at a fraternity party.
That's what I've been saying since all this whole crime took place. You can go back to these old shows. You can go back to old CJ. It's about this freaking fight. What else makes, like, you... You know how many people laughed at me? Man. And it's like, whatever. That's why I explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. I'm telling you.
The night of this crime. Certainly another coincidence for some of you doubters out there. I've been told that
Right?
Ethan, one of the victims in this case, was in a fight.
Jeff. Jeff, your super chat and Harsh is live. I just want to let you know I laughed my fucking ass off. I laughed my ass off, Jeff. I'm laughing my ass off now. But that's a good question. That's a good question. I wonder what the fight was about. Probably Zaina. Think about it. The crime, jealous, rage. Jealous, rage. Some do you know why the incel theory? Let me explain something. You know why the incel theory came about? Because the incel theory was already a topic before they even arrested BK. This is why. Because the person that was technically, or in my opinion, was the incel profile, was the motherfucker that started the fight at the frat party. Why did the fight? What was it about? Are you going to tell me that Ethan and Zaina are going to leave a pretty important party? You're going to tell me that they're going to leave? They're going to leave out of respect for the other brothers? Look, man, I'm trying to be cool. I'm trying to be cool. Look, I'm not trying to ruin this special night. I don't want to be the cause of any of the drama. I've done it at parties myself, where I've gone to a party and you got some jealous ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? It's like, look, guys, I'm not trying to look. I'm trying to be cool. I ain't trying to call, I'll go ahead and take off. I don't, That's why it didn't stop there. At the party, I feel like that person had enough of seeing them two together. That was a girl that he wanted, that he was wanting. And some dude is going to come around and take the girl that he's been working so hard to get, working up so hard to be able to talk. All of these things, just working all of this time. And some dude is going to come around and take what I've been working for this whole time. I'm at the party. I had enough. I'm tired of seeing you two together. I can't take no more. I can't take no more. I got to go start some shit with you, right? I can't take no more. I gotta go start some shit with you. You leave. Guess what? I'm saying when it's over, motherfucker. So I'm gonna follow you. And I'm gonna continue to harass your ass, right? That's what this person's, in my mind, that's what's taking place. That's why they don't tell you what happens from 9 until when they supposedly came home at 1:45. Because I feel like whatever started happening was continuing to happen. They couldn't get away with it. They finally go back to the house hoping it's a home base. Then some shit happens. And that's why Steve G says they didn't even have to go upstairs, guys. They didn't even have to go upstairs. Because who says the person that came in and did that didn't do that first? And then they were like, you know what? I know other people live here. I know other people are going to be coming home. I'm going to walk over to DM's door. Oh, it's locked. Okay, maybe DM is still out. Maybe she's still out. I don't hear anything coming from downstairs, so they must be gone too, right? I just seen BF at the party earlier. So she still must be at the party. Maybe DM's still out too. That's why the door's locked. She ain't been home yet. So I'm going to go upstairs. And I'm going to wait in that other bedroom up there in the closet. And I'm going to wait for the others to get home. Because I don't want somebody to come home and notify 15 minutes after I leave the property, right? Walking in. The two girls, Maddie and Kaylee, come home. They're not paying attention what's going on. They're tired. They're tipsy. They just want to go upstairs and they want to go to bed. So they take the puppy out. They don't even notice anything because everything took place in the bedroom over around the corner of the Good Vibe light sign. They're just going to go upstairs and go to the bedroom. They don't know what's going on. Then all of a sudden you have DM saying, oh, it sounded like the roommate was playing with the puppy. Well, why would you think that it was somebody that broke into the house? You're automatically going to think your roommate's playing with the puppy that was in the room that nobody was in, and the person that was probably hiding in the closet had to come play with the puppy so the puppy didn't bark. That's why somebody downstairs said, oh, somebody upstairs must have been playing with the puppy. That's why somebody else said, I think there's somebody here. Then all of a sudden, that takes place upstairs. Then they come back downstairs. Maybe they're walking to the second bedroom because they're like, shit, I don't know where the sheath went. Where did the sheath go? Shit, where'd it go? Fuck, I don't have much time. Okay, door's still locked. DM's room's still locked. It's too dark. All you have is the Good Vibe lights on. So how are you going to see anything? That's how she sees you. Good Vibe light reflection. But how are you going to see anything when you got red stuff and sweat in the cracks of your eye and you're already exhausted from doing 4 times? So at that point, you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll take my chances. I just need to get the fuck out. That's why you don't even see your door crack. Because you got all that red stuff and sweat in your eye and it's all blurry. You can't see. You're not going to wipe your fucking face off. Why? Because what do you think you have on your hands? You can't wipe nothing. You have to let that red stuff and sweat sit in your eye. It's going to be cloudy. It is what it is. If you know, you know. I've had plenty of red stuff and sweat in my eye from sports. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You get cloudy. It stings. It gets cloudy. You have a hard time focusing. All you can really see is straight ahead because all that other shit's in the side of your eye, clouding your peripheral. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help out. We're going to go ahead and get finished with this episode. Then I'm going to end the show. I'm going to do some stuff in the background, and then I'm going to get ready for tonight's body cams and Banfield. Please come back for that too. We're going to be doing some looking into that as well.
Fight at Sigma Chi
Thank you,
in
everybody,
Moscow,
for hanging.
Idaho, with one of his fraternity brothers.
It just don't
and
make
his
sense.
fraternity brother had roid rage, and Ethan made fun of him for having shriveled raisins, and the Xana broke up the fight. Yeah, boom. Also, this fraternity bro wanted Xana, but he could not have her because she loved Ethan.
Sure, look, you got the wrong bro, dude. I never talked about the magic tunnels. So you were on the wrong show. Like I said, this channel, I'm not worried about the views and clicks. I don't sit there and I'm not discussing shit that doesn't have more than what is presented. You know, that's why I don't talk about certain things, because really it's about the victim's family and the respect of them in the community, period. So it was on a different show, buddy. Sorry. Maybe other people might have said some shit. But, no. No. Sorry, not me. There's a reason I don't even talk about the substance stuff as much because, listen, I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm not at the water cooler, but what I'm saying is it's about respect. And I need a hell of a lot more than what the fuck I've been given to even talk about that shit. Period. 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 Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. So, my theory.
Thank you.
Xana did
I
not order
appreciate-
DoorDash at 4 a.m. It's been brought to my attention that Xana ate pizza at around midnight, and we can all see the pizza boxes in the trash. And check this picture out. This is a picture of Ethan and Xana. Does this look like a couple that was ready to order DoorDash delivery? Does this girl look...
That's what I'm saying. You're going to be out at a party. You're going to come home at 1:45 a.m., and then you're going to wait to order a DoorDash until... Like, for real? No, if you're going to order DoorDash, you're going to order fucking DoorDash to show up when you fucking get there, because if you've been intoxicated, you are certainly not going to order food to show up 2.5 hours later, 3 hours later, after you get home. That's what I'm saying. Where does this make sense? It don't.
Look like she was on TikTok? No.
Right,
They
you're
were passed
hungry
out
when
at
you
4
get home.
a.m., in my opinion. I think that
Shit, I remember back in, I wouldn't even, if I got home at 1:45, do you think my ass would have been up until 4 a.m. waiting on food? Hell no. I would either went to the restaurant on the way home, I would have ordered so it got there when I got home, or I'm ordering as soon as I got home, which is only what, another half hour? Because really, do you really live that far from places over there? No, you don't. I'm just talking big city. Half hour. 40 minutes. If even that. And we're talking small city now, not big city. You're not going to get your food at 4, or you're not going to say, you know what, I'm going to schedule, because there's going to be people out there that say, she could have ordered it for later. Yeah, there's not going to be anybody scheduling a frickin' DoorDash for a 4 o'clock delivery when they get home at 1:45 from frickin' partying. Not happening.
DoorSlash was allegedly ordered by the actual KILLERs. Yeah, I really do. I think that this was a ploy to trick investigators, and it worked. Also, the 4:12 a.m. TikTok that we've all been told about in the PCA, it means nothing. It's a red herring, a false clue. When you install the TikTok app, you actually give it permission to do anything and everything the app feels like. And it's Chinese-based, and it's spyware, and it can activate videos by itself.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's why whenever my phone says, would you like to update TikTok? I'm like, hell no. You can have your own personal opinion of TikTok, but there's one thing. I never even downloaded that son of a bitch. I delete, uninstall, no update. I don't care how many times you blink my phone. I ain't updating your shit.
The
Hell
phone
no.
was used at 4:12 a.m. for TikTok. That doesn't mean Xana did it. It could have either done it by itself, or a frat bro could have been looking through her phone.
Oh my God.
There's been a lot of...
I've said that since the beginning. Whoa, it says that she was on her phone at 4:12. I've always said, who says it wasn't the person that committed the crime? Does it say that Xana? No, it says her phone, not her. Look at the verbiage of the documents. Another thing somebody laughed at me about back in the day when I said, who says it wasn't the person that did the crime? Oh my gosh, you're such a conspiracy theorist. You're such a conspiracy theorist, CJ. No. It's because I look at that right there. That's what I look at. It ain't about conspiracy. And you know, when I say this shit, and there's people, because I certainly hell, right? That's what I got. I'm glad when people of this kind of caliber and that have this kind of platform can say this shit, and people can finally be like, you're fucking right. You're absolutely right. Shout out Crime Circus. Because it's fucking bullshit. Just because I only got 3 motherfucking thousand doesn't mean I ain't got a motherfucking brain. Doesn't mean I don't know how to play chess. Doesn't mean shit. This is what means shit.
Of cases where somebody else accessed a deceased person's phone after they passed away to look through it and to throw off investigators. I wish it wasn't so, but it seems so. Now let's discuss
Shout
this
out
image
Crime
that I
Circus
previously
Vault, man.
showed you. It's a big knife. Okay? Let's zoom in closer and take an even better look. Specifically, it's a K-bar. Boom! These are Sigma Chi fraternity boys. This image was taken just across the street from 1122 King Road. The frat bros have a K-bar knife in their possession.
Yep.
That's alarming.
Right?
That's
I mean, we were showing the fucking videos of 11-12 back in the day where somebody's holding, you know who, somebody's holding a freaking watermelon, getting ready to throw it up, and somebody else, you know who, had the machete in their hand ready to cut it on the fucking porch of 11-12. So when I mentioned a machete back then, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, CJ. We don't know. That's the thing, sheer luck. Listen to what sheer luck. Listen to what Steve G said. Listen to what the wife said about the autopsy on the last CBS special. Listen to what they said in these other interviews from News Nation as they discussed the injuries. How can you say for sure it wasn't a machete? Listen to what Steve G said. The wife. I don't know. In my opinion, I feel like it definitely could be fucking possible. I mean,
concerning. That needs further investigation. Did investigators ever locate these boys and say, "Where's your knife? We'd like to test it." The knife in this photo needs to be processed and tested for bodily fluids and possible DNA. And if that knife is missing or it's missing its sheath, that's a red flag. A really, really big red flag. Such a big red flag that if that's the case, that's a boom. And you know that's true. That can't just be another coincidence if that knife is missing or its sheath is missing. These boys have some explaining.
The serrated edges, you're exactly right. The serrated edges would leave marks of that type of weapon. 100%. But if you listen to what we've been told, could that weapon, even with a serrated edge, be in that description? Just the verbiage. I get the serrated edge. They didn't have to say, yeah, we saw marks of this. No. They said certain things, and a machete that has a serrated edge could produce those kind of injuries. To say that it can't, to say that it can't. It's the verbiage, man. It's the verbiage. It's the verbiage. Especially when you listen to what Steve, because I'm going to have a show where it's all about Steve and family, everything in order, the interviews, the program spots, stuff that we can't display because the channel unavailable, but we'll discuss it and show pictures at the same time. We're going to do it because the stuff that's where the truth is coming from, period. That's where the truth is coming from. When you listen to what they said on that CBS, and I know you watched it, does a K-bar really sound? When you add everything else that we've learned throughout this time, does a K-bar really sound? No. It sounds like some machete shit. It sounds like maybe why golf clubs are either missing. And I'm not saying they were missing because, let's be honest, we talked about it. I'm a golfer in real life. When we saw it back then, it was like, yeah, it could be a starter kit. It could be a starter kit. Just because you get a set of golf clubs doesn't mean you get all of them. You could get a starter kit, especially with some expensive golf clubs, because they make starter kits for expensive golf clubs for people that want to have the nice golf clubs, but they can't afford the whole set. So they make starter kits that only give you a minimal amount of clubs that come with the bag of the brand of the starter kit of the clubs that you got. So it doesn't mean that, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of clubs missing. No, because it could be a starter kit. But at the same time, only one set comes back. A club. You look at the other description of the injuries. Could a club blunt force? Could a club not have done that? Of course. Is that why certain clubs have not been? Of course. Of course. A shorter weapon is easier to maneuver. But when you're catching somebody off guard, sheer luck, what's the most effective weapon? What's more effective if you're catching somebody off guard? A machete or a K-bar? Because with the K-bar, you're talking multiple probably, no? With a machete, swoop. You see what I'm saying? So when you're catching somebody off guard, what would be more effective? A K-bar where all of a sudden you're doing multiple, or a machete where it could literally be two. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Sherry K. I was watching that too. Somebody sent it to me and they wanted me to give it a listen, and I was kind of I'm not gonna say I wasn't shocked because I kind of expected that, but just with everything from the past. But whoa, I was like, damn, that's revealing. I know what you mean. I can understand DM not seeing. Who says she didn't? But they just said they never found it, sheer luck. They just said they never found it. Did DM state what weapon it was? Is there a statement of DM stating what the possible weapon could be? No. No. So whatever you're saying about DM not seeing a K-bar, it doesn't say anything in the PCA about it being or not being there. I'm thinking somebody would have too. It's not in the statement, is it? It's not that it is or isn't, right? Who's to say DM wasn't focused on the eyebrows, my man? And she didn't see what was hanging down from his arm. Or her arm. Whoever it is. to say that she didn't see it, that's not a true statement, my friend, because it never stated whether she did or didn't. So we can't make that assumption that she didn't see it, just as much as we can't make that assumption that she did. That's why I'm about the way I'm about. That's why I explore all thoughts, theories, and opinions, because it definitely could be a possibility. She could have seen it and not said nothing. She could have seen it and said something. She could have not seen it and not said anything. All of those could definitely be possibilities. Verbiage, man. Verbiage. All right, we're going to finish up the rest of this video here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out.
They really do. According to my research, my understanding is that fraternities are cults. They have initiations, and they make members commit crimes, and they compile blackmail on you, and you're sworn to secrecy forever. And what do you know? We haven't heard a single peep from a fraternity boy or a sorority girl. Every single person in Moscow has been silent. Nobody has spoken except some creepy neighbors. They're not in the in club. They don't know anything. They're weird? Yeah. Involved in this crime? No. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. These 4 victims were very popular. They certainly had lots of friends and probably even some enemies too. Nobody has come on the record to say anything about them. This show right here, Crime Circus, has pulled in tens of millions of views investigating the Idaho4.
That's what I'm saying. You couldn't. How many times I'd go to a fucking party and some jealous ass motherfucker has a problem, you know? It's like, geez, get over it. You know what
In Moscow, Idaho. Not a single commenter has been from any fraternities or sororities. I'd like for them to say something on the record, but all they have to say for themselves is... Now we're going to look at a map and some pictures, and we're going to put this in perspective on how close the fraternity house is to the crime scene. It's really only about a 1-minute walk, maybe 30 or 45 seconds if you're jogging or running. And a newsflash reminder to anybody that's forgot or just officially told us this crime happened at about 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
At around 3:12 a.m., we see these individuals running.
That's why I've been saying 3 a.m. Shout out Crime Circus. Damn. It's nice. It's nice when it's nice.
From the direction of the crime scene towards the fraternity house.
Shout out Crime Circus.
Boom. And you have to remember, Kaylee and Maddie stopped calling Jack DeCour at about 2:56 a.m. after frantically calling him about 8 times. They were really trying to get a hold of Jack D for 25 minutes, calling and texting. As far as we know, he never answered those calls and never texted them back. Not even...
Why? When your woman is calling you and her friend, her phone is calling you as your fucking man, would you not go, is something wrong with my fucking woman? Is something happening? As a man or woman, would you not go, shit, I better just check just to make sure? That's why I'm saying this shit. You all people wanted to fucking call me a conspiracy theorist back then because I'm saying this shit. You gonna call him a conspiracy theorist because he's saying it now? No. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter if I only have 3. Think about it. Come on.
In the next morning.
What?
Yeah. Why didn't he respond to them the next morning? He's a frat bro, but I think he was in a different frat. Anyways, I think sometime between midnight and 2 a.m. is when Xana and Ethan were attacked. Kaylee and Maddie got home at around 2 a.m. and they most likely walked in upon some things that they weren't supposed to see, and they were frantically calling Jack DeCour. Either a fight was...
I don't think they walked in and saw something they weren't supposed to see. I think they made it up to the bedroom. Listen, this is why I say this, okay? Think about this, everybody. This is why I don't think that they walked into something. Because do you think they're going to walk into something and then go upstairs Fuck no, they're not. They're not going to notice something and go upstairs. That's why I'm saying they didn't even see it. They were, look, they're tired. They're intoxicated. You saw it on Grub Truck. We saw it. They come home. It's dark inside. They probably just went upstairs to go to bed after they took the puppy out. Then when they hear somebody playing with the puppy in the room next door to them, and they're both going, I think somebody's here. Because who in the fuck would be playing with the puppy? DM thinks somebody upstairs is playing with the puppy. She's not going to think it's somebody that's committing a crime. She's going to think it's a roommate. The roommate's upstairs. No, it ain't a motherfucking roommate petting the puppy. I think somebody's here. Call. Shh. Hey, call him from your phone too. Call. No answer. No answer. And then all they could do is huddle and hold each other upstairs because the fucking person that was making the noise playing with the damn puppy was already upstairs. So what are they going to do? Think. They're not going to see some shit when they walk in and call. No. That's why I'm saying this stuff took place at 3. The calls were done at 2:45. That's why I say 3 or a few minutes before. Because after those calls, I think there's a reason those calls didn't take place anymore. Do you catch what I'm saying? Because if the crime took place at 4 a.m., the way that they're claiming it took place, do you not think they would have been woke up? Call. If stuff was going on downstairs first, do you not think if stuff was going upstairs, downstairs wouldn't have? Call. Come on. That's why I'm saying downstairs first. Second floor, person hiding up in the frickin' other room, playing with the puppy. Dylan, somebody's playing with the puppy. It must be Kaylee. Upstairs, somebody's playing with the fucking puppy. It's a fucking stranger. I think I fucking hear somebody. DM, I heard somebody say, I think somebody's here. Thank you, DS. Thank you for hopping in. I'm sorry this episode's a little extended today. I'm saying I think that it's completely fucking possible, and I've thought this since the beginning of my damn show when I started talking about it. DM's statement. I thought I heard Kaylee playing with the puppy. Why in the hell would you think you heard somebody that broke in playing with the puppy? It doesn't make sense. As a roommate, if you think your roommate's playing with the puppy, you probably think it's your roommate playing with the puppy because somebody's playing with the puppy and you're going to think it's the roommate. That's why I think at the same time, third floor, somebody's playing with the puppy and it's not anybody that's here. Downstairs, DM's room, somebody's playing with the puppy, but it must be Dylan. That's why Dylan hears somebody say, I think somebody's here. Because they heard somebody playing with the fucking puppy. And they knew it wasn't anybody that was at the house because everybody was downstairs. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see how the statement, if you really look at the verbiage, and you put everything together, I've always thought that somebody was hiding in that fucking closet in that other bedroom where Murphy was supposedly at all by himself. Because does it state DM, oh, they were playing with the puppy before they went upstairs? No. Thought somebody was playing with the puppy. Then I think somebody's here. Third floor knows it ain't no roommate playing with the puppy. Second floor thinks it's roommate playing with the puppy, because why would she think anything else? That's why I think at separate times. That's why I think. Then who would be playing with the puppy, Dream Suburb, in the PCA statement? What puppy are they talking about in the PCA, Dream Suburb, if it's not Murphy? What puppy? The next door neighbors? The next door neighbor's puppy didn't come over. I mean, that could totally possible, Sheerluck. 100%. But I'm just going back into my day when I was out there. Girls, I mean, if you were out there like that, then let's be honest, ladies, you know best. Back in that time period, did you and your lady friends not sleep in the same? Think about back in the days when you guys were out there, that young, living that life. Did you not all usually sleep in the same bed most of the time on those kind of evenings? I was around. I would see all sorts of ladies doing that. So I don't think that she went to slept in Maddie's room. I think they slept together in the same room. What I'm saying is they went to sleep. Sorry, StreamYard's bugging like crazy. What's up, Taylor? I mean, there's been a lot of speculation. But to say that, one thing could or couldn't, showed Murphy was in, the door had to be closed, that's... I mean, I'll take... If I could... I don't know if I could do it anymore. I might have to go on an older episode. Because now you can't walk around in it, but you used to be able to. Let me show you something. Hopefully it'll show. Let me see. Let's see if it has a picture of it. Okay, here it is. Here's the picture. All right. Here's upstairs. Hiding in that closet. Got to play with the puppy to make it out of the door. So then you can go across the hall and commit the rest. And that's why I always said, who's to say, I've been saying the ladder, Ethan and Zaina's window, more conspiracy chat at me a long time ago. Said it from a long ass time ago. The ladder, Ethan and Zaina's window. You could easily jump down from the roof. Another thing that I mentioned back then was, who's to say that the person didn't come to the back of the property? And if you're looking at the back with the deck for the third floor in front of your face, the back right of the corner is the one that's closest to ground level. And if you look at the property, there were cinder blocks that were sitting there. You're going to tell me that somebody couldn't have stacked them cinder blocks, grabbed onto the rail, pulled themselves up, and came through this door? Which, do you think it might have been locked? Who's going to sit there and think, you know what, I need to lock this, especially when we heard about how the doors sometimes were notorious for just being left unlocked? Who's to say that who's going to think, if you have that approach, where in the small towns usually do too as well, if I'm going to leave a door unlocked, are you really going to think about locking this screen door on the third floor? Are you really thinking, yeah, somebody can like launch themselves up? No, because then you're not going to leave cinder blocks there. So you ain't even thinking about that. So are you thinking that you're going to need to unlock or lock this door? You could literally be like, you know what, I'm just going to leave it unlocked, because why would we lock it? Nobody's going to come. It's the third floor. There's a balcony. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And if you look at the back of the property, you know what I'm talking. You go to the right back corner, you look at this, you look at the pictures from the scene, you'll see the grill, you see the cinder blocks, you'll see how close that back corner is to ground level, and you're going to tell me that somebody that's 5'10" or 6 foot could not pull themselves up that rail to get on the third floor to then get in to this? Definitely an easy climb up there. It's that back corner, because if you look at the footage from News Nation when they were like walking around the area, you could see that hill is like a steep drop right in that back corner. And you can see that the ground is not even level when it gets to right back there. It just barely starts to get there. If you can do a pull up, you can pull yourself up. Because look, they're rails. You could have had one hand here. You could have had one hand here. You pull yourself up. You can still have your hand on this rail on the left. You can grab over the other side with the other arm and still have, you don't need to be that strong to climb up through that kind of rail. You got two hands. You got one hand on one rail. You got one hand on the other. You got one hand on the other as you go around here. You don't need to be that strong to get up that rail. Crushed red berries. That's what I'm saying, Mama J. That's why I'm saying the crime, in my opinion, was separate from the second floor to the third floor. That's why I think the reason the crime took place was because of the second floor. That's why I think they were saying it was a target, because the second floor was a target. And the reason I think that they brought up the whole incel talk is because the person that started the shit at the frat party was a frickin' incel. And that's where the jealousy and the rage came from in order to commit this crime. And that's why Steve G said they didn't have to go upstairs. Man, I wish I could stay here longer, everybody. I gotta hop off. I gotta do some stuff in the background of the show. And then I got to get ready for tonight's episode, Banfield and Body Cams Part 3. Shout out Harsh, shout out Truth and Transparency, shout out Crime Circus Cult. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, Truth. Thank you, Harsh, for hopping in here and showing support. Appreciate you so much. Thank you all for your hard work and effort. And that goes to you in the community too, because I can't do this shit alone. Thank you, everybody, for your support. Thank you, everybody, for your company, your conversation. I can't wait to see you guys tonight. And if I don't see you tonight, I'll definitely be seeing you tomorrow morning because I'll be back again. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, everybody.